Okay, Shalom Israel. Hope everybody is doing well. Shabbat Shalom. Hope everybody had a Tawab initial part of your Sabbath. Shout out Kavakab and his congregation. I hope your brothers and sisters are doing well. Brothers and sisters in Cali and in Guatemala and Georgia. Hope everybody's doing well today. Also, SOW Virginia, Kazakia. Hope your brothers and sisters are doing well out there. SOW Houston, Texas, Quadzap and family. I hope your brothers are doing okay. Also, SOW Rochester, Zion. I hope y'all brothers and sisters are doing well out there also. Shout out SOT San Antonio. I hope y'all brothers and sisters are doing well today. We're about to get started in class. Let's first get our prayers up. Should we hold them or put them on the ground? I don't know. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Okay. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. The water. Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the sweet Savior. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Mopanya Yerushalayim.
Rise and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Shabbat.
Shalom. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it. So like I did the wrong one first.
We did.
Should have did this one first.
Psalms 121.
Psalms 121.
Well, I got it.
All right, you got it.
It's right to left. Yes, you know.
Anasha.
Ayanyamya. Ahoya. Ma'aya. Yabu'a. Isaiah. Yabu'a. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'isha. Shemaya. Wa'ratazah. La'a. Yanatan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'a. Nawam. Sheshemoyah. Hana. Yala'a. Nawam. Wala'a. Yishan. Sheshamor. Yashua. Yahweh. Shemoyah. Yahweh. Tazalia. Ayo. Yanyamya. Yad. Hashemash. Yala'a. Hakayah. Bayawam. Wala'a. Alabanab. Balayirah. Yahweh. Yashemoyah. Makol. Ride. Yashemor. Napasha. Yahweh. Shemor. Hawarakia. Wabawa'aya. Ma'itha. Wa'ai.
Aman. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
It's like creed up. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Elohim. Yahweh. Echad.
Three times.
I'm sorry. Shema Yahshua.
Yahweh.
Elohim. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
I was reading this out. Is that right?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, Lord's Prayer. Abanawa. Shabbat Shemayim. Wadash. Hayah. Shamka. Yahweh. Malak Watka. Taba'ah. Ratazaka. Hayah. Aisha. Ba'aratazah. Kawa. Hayah. Bashemayim. Nathan Manawa. Lacham. Ko. Yawam. Masalachanao.
Masalachanao.
Chawatinao.
Chawatinao.
Kasalachanao.
Kasalachanao.
Chawatinao.
Chawatinao.
Wala'a.
Wala'a.
Tabianao.
Tabianao.
Banasawan.
Banasawan.
Abo.
Abo.
Hawashanao.
Hawashanao.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Right.
Right.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Amalakwa.
Amalakwa.
Waha'ala.
Waha'ala.
Wahatapara.
Watapara.
La'ay Walonium.
Aman.
Aman.
Aman. Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La'ayahaya.
La'ayahaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahaya.
Alahaya.
Achaya.
Achaya.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Panya.
Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a.
La'a.
Ba'ina.
Ba'ina.
Laka.
Laka.
Pasal.
Pasal.
Wala'a.
Wala'a.
Ba'ibada.
Ba'ibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a.
La'a.
Talaq waqat.
Talaq waqat.
Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashua.
Bashua.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
That was 2, right?
That's
That's 3.
Okay. Zakar.
Zakar.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabat.
Hashabat.
Laqwadashwa.
Laqwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
Ya'amaka.
Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a.
La'a.
Taratazat.
Taratazat.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a.
La'a.
Tana'a.
Tana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a.
La'a.
Tagana.
Tagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a.
La'a.
Ta'ina.
Ta'ina.
Shakwar.
Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a.
La'a.
Ta'chamat.
Ta'chamat.
Ko.
Ko.
Ashura.
Ashura.
La'raika.
La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Yishabim.
Is we seated?
Give me 1 second, y'all. I don't think that's it. I have to tweak it quicker than normal. It's Lanawa. Yeah, I knew this was wrong. All right, I got to spend another $50. Hey, listen, mark out what's messed up, and as a reminder, because
And it's the one on the other page too.
which one? The first one?
Yeah.
Not the first one. It was the other one. It was the light. It's like y'all. We got this new packs, and we're trying to. Before we, disperse in everybody, we have to kind of like
Trial run.
Yeah, trial runs. This is because it's hard to kind of like.
I don't know if this is correct. I got a little bit.
Yeah, thou shalt not. Oh,
That's
no,
what that
no, that's wrong. It's not. It's shout. Okay, that's another one. You got to do. Listen, it's hard to like break this down unless you sit back and read it and actually go through the ceremony. So, all right, that works. What's this?
The last one, box the watch.
All right, we'll work it out. All right. The title of the class is the victories and events leading up to Chanukah. So, we went into, if I'm not mistaken, 1 Maccabees chapter 3, and we kind of explained the lead up that's going into the battle of Emmaus. And this is after the the initial smaller victories that started accruing, and Antiochus Epiphanes figures out or finds out that they're winning these smaller battles against smaller provincial nations. So now he makes a decision to put Lysias, which is one of his top captains, in control of leading multiple incursions against Judas and his 5,000 or 6,000 men. Under Lysias is Gorgias and Nicanor and Gorgias. Now we're going to go into this explanation of what we just read in 1 Maccabees chapter 3. We're going to get a recap of that in 2 Maccabees chapter 8, verse 8 and 22, because the stories coincide with each other. So that's going to be our recap, is going into the author of 2 Maccabees chapter 8, which is Jason of Cyrene. We'll get his account of the same account we were reading in 1 Maccabees chapter 3. Once we get past 2 Maccabees 8, then we're going to tie it back into 1 Maccabees chapter 4 and go and commence with the story. So let's get to 2 Maccabees chapter 8, verse 8 through 22. Karai, let's get you saluted in.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashala.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashala. Amaj. What? Yahweh Hashem Yashah Rakatah.
Abba Hashem Yashah Rakatah.
Yashmatah. All right. So 2 Maccabees chapter 8, verse 8.
Right. 2 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 8. So when Philip saw that this man increased by little and little, and that things prosper with him.
This is what's happening. That he is talking about Judas. Judas was increasing little by little, and every endeavor he was tapping into, the Most High was giving him success. And the 6,000 men were building in confidence. They were building in their actions. Everybody was gaining because of his conduct. Read on.
And that things prosper with him still more and more. He wrote unto Ptolemy, the governor.
Just say Ptolemaeus. That P is silent.
Okay, come on.
Whether it's Ptolemy, Ptolemaeus. It's good. So the Ptolemaeus.
God. He says, he wrote unto Ptolemaeus, the governor of Seleucia and Phoenice, to yield more aid to the king's affairs. Therefore, with choosing Nicanor, the son of Patroclus, one of his special friends, he sent them with no fewer than 20,000 of all nations under him to root out the whole generation of the Jews. And with him he joined also Gorgias, a captain who in matters of war had great experience.
So now Antiochus is sitting back here and saying, I have to ramp up the military presence, ramp up the experienced generals, men who have sat back here and gone in significant wars with significant nations. And we're going to bring Nicanor, which was the on-field head guy, and Gorgias, which was the captain under Nicanor. That's how it is. It's Nicanor, then Gorgias. And both of these men were experienced in war, experienced in combat, and they brought large numbers, heavy experience, heavy artillery, whatever you want to call it, experienced warriors to finally root out this 6,000 man problem that was gaining confidence and building confidence in the region of Judea. Let's continue.
Verse 10. So Nicanor undertook to make so much money of the captive Jews as should defray the tribute of 2,000 talents, which the king was to pay to the Romans.
So now Nicanor is like, let's try to kill two birds in one stone. If we're going to go to Judea and wipe out this 6,000 man insurgent group, Let's go ahead and wipe out this 6,000 man insurgent group, along with capturing all of the native peoples of the region. This was how Nicanor was thinking, and the reality is Nicanor was thinking very much like Antiochus was thinking. Because in previous chapters, Antiochus' desire was to eradicate the presence of Israel and Judah in that region. They wanted them out of there anyway. So Nicanor was following orders and is in the same spirit as his leader. We're going to sit back and we're going to take out these 6,000 insurgents, and all the Israelites in the region are going to get shipped out and sold to slavery to pay for the debt that the king in the north, which were the Greeks, had to pay to the Romans. So once again, this is also showing you, what is this showing you? It's showing you that we were vassals, and at this time of Antiochus, the Greek Empire had become vassals to the Roman Empire.
That transition of power had already been.
It already happened. Now, it happened earlier with the king of the south, with the Ptolemies. But after Antiochus came down and tried to wipe out the king of the south, and the Romans came and said, listen, man, either you're going to leave here because this is our property and we have an interest here, or you're going to say no and we're going to fight right now. So at that very moment is when the king of the north also became vassals. And they were vassals on a smaller level with his father, Antiochus III, after they lost in a war against the Romans. But now this vassalship is ramping up amongst all of the Greek Empire. Antiochus was pretty much one of the last heads that had power of the Greek Empire from here on out. Now, the Greeks still had jurisdiction, but they were paying so many war indemnities, paying so many war fines, that they were just simply a place sitter for the Roman Empire. So this is what's happening on a geopolitical scale. The rest of the world is following and bowing down to the Roman influence. But before the Greeks are completely wiped out, they're going to try to take out Israel and send so many of us into slavery that we can make up payments to cover the debt of the Roman Empire. So this is also letting us know that if we would have lost this war, this kind of gives you the scale and the scope of why winning these wars put us in the mindset of, hey, we got to rededicate the temple now, because of the gift the Most High gave us and how He spared us from inevitable doom. If we would have lost this battle, Judah would have been wiped out completely, just like the northern kingdom was when the Assyrians took us over. So a lot is riding on this war we're about to fight. So read that verse again.
Verse 10. So Nicanor undertook to make so much money of the captive Jews as should defray the tribute of 2,000 talents, which the king was to pay to the Romans.
And when, like you said, one thing about the Greeks, they got effeminate.
Yep.
Because with the newfound fame, wealth that was coming in to the Greek Empire, as far as them having connections through maritime trade and having access to all luxurious goods and items, it became more about a marketplace shopping. It came about the physical look, the investment into the gymnasiums. So the men naturally became more feminine and became focused on luxury items. So when the scripture in Proverbs say the hand of the diligent shall bear rule, but it says, but the slothful shall be under tribute.
Mm-hmm.
So if you lose your edge, if you don't stay sharp, then you're gonna have to pay somebody to do what you're supposed to know how to do.
Done.
You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to pay for the things that you should know how to do. Like, for example, if you don't know how to change a tire, then somebody gonna make some money because of what you don't know how to do. But if you know how to change a tire, then you just saved yourself, $80, $100, $120 for towing or whatever. So if in every society, you could start seeing them meet this apex of the civilization. Once everybody gets gluttonous, superfluous, They get effeminate, then they're on a decline. And that's what now the Romans being hungry landowners, they're looking for the next opportunity. They say like boxing is like a hungry man's sport. Anybody that gets comfortable, they don't fight the same.
No doubt.
They lose their edge.
Yeah. Empire building is the same way.
Yeah.
So now the Romans are on the ascension. They're hungry. They're still motivated. They're in that fighting spirit. The Greeks had declined. We read in last week's class that Antiochus' money reserves had dried up. All of his schemes and plans of maintaining empires through bribery is caught up to him. There's famines and there's all type of things going on in the empire to where they couldn't pay their taxes up anyway. So the Most High has drawn out Antiochus all the way to Persia and allowed Lysias to have all the affairs and run the affairs of Judea and the cold Syria region. So now Nicanor is that on-site captain where Lysias is in Antiochia, handling business from the capital city. Nicanor is the on-site general, and Gorgias is his top captain. And they have a military in the thousands, the tens of thousands. And they're ready to come out here once they defeat Judas and his 6,000 men. They're going to round everybody up, send them to Rome or wherever the Romans want, or wherever the people, the marketers or the merchants want, to get the money to raise up to pay for the Roman debt. This is the plan. Read on.
Verse 11. Wherefore, immediately he sent to the cities upon the sea coast, proclaiming a sale of the captive Jews, and promising that they should have 80 bodies for 1 talent, not expecting the vengeance that was to follow upon them from the Almighty power.
So what they're saying, listen, there's going to be plenty of bodies to choose from, and it's for a reasonable rate. Come and get all the niggas you need. And the Most High is like, you don't realize that you're setting yourself up for a major fall, but this is what's happening, and everything's on the line now. But let's continue.
Verse 12. Now when the word was brought unto Judas of Nicanor's coming, and he had imparted unto those that were with him that the army was at hand.
So now Judas is like, hey, we got intel. This large army from Antiochus is coming down. Nicanor, one of their top generals, is coming out to try to dispatch us. Now everything is ramping up. Read on.
Verse 13. They that were fearful and distrusted the justice of the Most High fled and conveyed themselves away.
So he says, they that were fearful and distrusted the justice of the Most High. And he lets you know this is how men operate. What you're about to read now is the major symptoms of how we roll. When we don't trust, listen, when we have fear that dominates us before we move forward to do an act in the Most High's name, and we hesitate to do that, it's really because we don't trust the Most High is going to defend us. This is not about just doing wild things to justify your flesh. This is talking about when you have to make decisions in the name of Christ, defending Christ's word, defending the Most High's word, and you have this hesitancy and this fear and this doubt that's rolling hard on you. This is a good lesson, y'all, for husbands. This is a good lesson for sisters in their homes and jobs. You can't sit back here and be afraid to lose because you're standing up for what's right. If you're a husband and you got to go to war with a spirit at home that's not listening, you can't be afraid and distrust the Heavenly Father because you're afraid to lose somebody that doesn't want to change. You have to have the fortitude and the strength to stand up for what's right and take the risk of losing. Because whenever we sit back here and are afraid to lose, what we're telling the Most High is that we don't trust you. And if we don't trust the Most High, why is the Most High going to defend us? Why is he going to look after us if we don't have the presence of mind to trust that if we put our neck on the line, he's going to come through for us? The thing is, we want the Most High to show us a great work before we put our neck on the line.
That's not faith.
That is the opposite of faith. And the Most High doesn't work with us with that type of thinking. If there are spirits and people that are getting in the way of you standing up for what's right, what should have more precedence? Your love of the person that you're afraid to lose, or your desire to stand up for what's right and have integrity? What's the Most High judging us based upon? Our integrity, not our fear of loss. And if I'm walking around here afraid to lose, then I'm showing the Most High that I'm not worthy of His power, because I distrust Him, and I distrust that He's going to come through for you. Why would the Most High come through for you if you don't trust He's going to come through for you the right way? If you're afraid to put something on the line, why would He come through for you and bless you? He's not. Read that verse again.
Verse 13. They that were fearful and distrusted the justice of the Most High.
This is why I said this verse is dealing with people that are taking conscientious steps and making decisions for the Lord, or for righteousness' sake, or in the spirit of integrity. Why would you distrust the justice of the Heavenly Father? Really what it is, I'm afraid to lose, so I'm not going to put it on the line so the Most High can show me He's real. A lot of our people never, they come to class, they get the scriptures, but they never recognize the power of the Most High, because they never put it on the line and put their life in the Most High's hands so the Most High can come through. It's one thing to hear the scriptures. It's one thing to listen to the scriptures. It's another thing to put your life on the line and trust Him and then see Him come through. And a lot of us don't do that. And a lot of us can't see the power of why we do this every day. We do it every day because the ones who put it on the line have seen the Most High's mercy, have witnessed the Most High come through for them, have witnessed the Most High bring blessings from nowhere to sustain us. And each and every one of us needs that own testimony in their own life to make this work mean something and have value and to have purpose in our lives. But a lot of us just go through the motions and play Bible and play church and play camp and realize why there's something missing there. Your faith is missing. Your understanding is missing. Read that verse again.
2 Maccabees chapter 8, verse 13. They that were fearful and distrusted the justice of the Most High fled and conveyed themselves away.
That's letting you know that the people in this military fled, and regular citizens of Judea fled and just got the hell out of there. Those are the quote-unquote wise guys. The people that are smart and wiser than everybody else. The answer is always to run.
You get a head start.
Get ahead. Let me beat them to the point. Get out of here so we don't have to deal with this danger. Those are people that show they have no faith. Okay, let's keep going.
Verse 14. Others sold all that they had left, and withal besought the Most High to deliver them, being sold by the wicked Nicanor before they met together.
And these are the overly religious people, thinking that if I sold all of my property, that's me saying to the Most High that I want, please come through for me, because I sold everything I got.
It's almost tempting the Lord.
Come.
Because I'm saying I'm just gonna throw everything away
And just hope for the best.
And just force the Most High's hand to come through for me. He ain't got no choice but to come through for me now, because I threw everything away.
And listen, it's ridiculous. They sold all their property, all their belongings, and they just sat in their four-corner room, staring at candles out, sitting back here hoping the Most High comes through for them. It's nothing really proactive. I'm not going to sit up and fight. I'm not going to sit up and fight and pick a sword up. I'm just going to be religious, sell everything I have, and just sit in a room and wait for the Most High to come through and save me. A lot of us think that way. What can I do that's spiritual, that's pseudo-spiritual, but not proactive to changing my situation? That is extremely religious. You know damn well where Judas Maccabee is. He's out there in the mountains. And he's fighting. But instead of me fighting, I'm just going to sit my ass in my house, sell my property, and just sit here and hope the Most High comes through for me. And thinking that me just sitting back here and selling my property shows the Most High that I want to serve him. And I pray and hope the Most High comes through for me. Read it from the top again.
Right. It says, others sold all that they had left, and with all besought the Most High to deliver them, being sold by the wicked Nicanor before they met together.
Man, they were already going to be slaves. They weren't going to fight. They were going to sit back here because of their fear. Because you know what it's showing you? Whether it's verse 13 or verse 14, it's different type of fear. Verse 13, you just had the coward that said, man, I'm leaving this place. I don't want no part of this smoke. Then you got in verse 14 a different type of coward. A person that sells all this stuff and thinks that the Most High will see that being spiritual, but still not do what's necessary to change his circumstance. It's like the person when you read Proverbs that says, look, there's a lion in the streets.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to talk about this massive lion that's walking around here like, looking for food and stuff. And they're doing something about it. Yes.
They were swooning.
What do you mean?
Swooning. Remember that class you got about swooning, how they just, it was like, they were faint. They won't do nothing at all. They didn't even want to put in effort and action to want to actually do something.
Let's look up swoon real quick.
Right here. Swoon.
Hold on, let me get there. Yeah.
Swoon, 1828, Webster's Dictionary. To faint, to sink into a fainting fit, in which there is a suspension of the apparent vital functions and mental powers.
He says they're so bad. Read that again. Wow.
Swoon, 1828, Webster's Dictionary. To faint, to sink into a fainting fit, in which there is a suspension of the apparent vital functions and mental powers.
So it's letting you know in verse 13 that fear was so strong and motivated Israel to leave their homes and their comfort. Not compromising right from wrong. Right. Living like Greeks was okay. But the fear of death, they got out of here. These people were paralyzed by fear in verse 14. I'm paralyzed by fear, and I'm just sitting back here and saying, well, listen, if Nicanor takes me, it's meant to be. Most High just wanted Israel to take us, or wanted Nicanor to take us. I'm going to sell my property and hope the Most High says, well done, thy faithful servant, I'm going to look after you. I'm just going to sit here, lose off, sell my property off, sell my belongings, and sit and wait for Nicanor to snatch me up and sell me, and take the money that I just sold from the profits and proceeds of my furniture and my property. That's ridiculous. But that's a person who is completely swooned or paralyzed in fear and a fainting fit. You know what that means? I'm depressed. That's what a fainting fit is. I'm depressed. Because I'm fainting, I'm weak, but it's a fit. How does a person who's completely broken, how do they have their tension and fit? I'm going to sell everything I got and just eat chocolate ice cream.
I'm not going to do nothing.
And wait till the canner comes and takes me out. I'm just going to sit back here and eat and be sad and eat and binge watch television and be sad and watch Netflix and just be unhappy about how my life sucks. I'm just waiting until the canner comes through these doors and snatches me up because it's going to happen. It's inevitable. That's what swooning is.
And that's no different than somebody that won't build something because they say, well, you know what? Everything's going to crash and burn anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Everything going to burn anyway. Why have anything? Why fight for anything? Why do anything? It's all gonna burn anyway.
Brother.
Because that's the modern day mentality. Why fight for anything? It's gonna burn anyway.
Yeah.
We already know it's gonna be destroyed. Nuclear hellfire.
Bro, why try anything?
Why try anything?
Because the apocalypse is coming anyway. In 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, we're in World War III, so why do nothing? Why do anything?
God,
It's still, you're still throwing a fit.
huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's that distrust that we were just talking about too.
It's distrust of the Most High on another level.
Yeah.
It's just a different type of form of distrusting. Either a person's going to run away, thinking they can run from their problems, or they just give up and they just stay in their place.
Yeah.
It's in the same place they are, giving up.
It's the same spirit, though.
It's the spirit of quitting.
Yeah.
And the spirit of not fighting and doing something to proactively fix what's inside of your life. And a lot of people do this.
That's based on the scriptures.
There's runners and there's swooners.
Yep.
There's runners and swooners. Either you're going to run from conflict, run from difficulties, or you're going to swoon and be apathetic and feel sorry for yourself. And just sit in the midst of your scenario until something takes you over and takes you out. I've seen people just sit there and just sit and wait to die, eat themselves to death, sorrow themselves to death. But either way, it's not proactively fighting what's inside of you. Like 2 Maccabees 6 talked about manfully changing your life.
Yeah.
That's, I think that was 2 Maccabees 6 and 37 or 27. It's 6 and 27.
Yep.
2 Maccabees 6 and 27.
2 Maccabees chapter 6 and verse 27. Wherefore now, manfully changing this life, I will show myself such an one as my own age requires.
We're supposed to sit back here and manfully change our life. If you're going to sit on your ass at the damn house, why don't you get up and go with Judas and fight? If you're going to die, let me die on my feet. Versus sitting back here, waiting for somebody to snatch me up, and for these nations to sit back and abuse me. Because these same guys that are making the decision, they got wives, they have children, they have families that are counting on them, and their answer is to sit on their ass and just wait for something bad to happen.
Well, you got that same mentality in the David's time when they had to go, when the Amalekites took the families. And David says, I go to Ramoth Gilead and go and fight. Whether we put them in my hands. And they had men that were running. Everybody was running. But half the crew stopped running and started crying. Because they kept thinking about, what's happening. That they're losing. The families are suffering. So instead of running to go fight, they just stopped running and cried. And then Israel got upset because the ones that stood there and fought had to split their spoils with the guys
that stayed back.
With the guys that didn't run.
That stayed with the baggage.
They just gave up running.
Yeah.
So they had to split their spoils, and David made it an order that from now on we have to split the spoils, regardless if you fight or don't fight. Pretty much, you got to split the spoils with all your brothers.
Yeah.
But it's the same dynamic of people. When it's time to go be active, they're too caught up into their sadness, so they stop fighting.
Because I can bet you $1 million these people that are sitting back here sold all their property back before Nicanor and them lost. When everybody won, they're smiling and saying, hey, good job, we won, we did it, we did it. We didn't do nothing. You were sitting on your ass scared.
Yeah.
And those same Jews that left and went to Egypt or somewhere else, they're going to come back to Jerusalem and say, yeah, the Jews, we're victorious. We're back to Jerusalem. Let's anoint the temple.
Exactly.
Yep. There's a lot of us that do that. We're not around when the battle is going on. They come back around and want to be a part of the body after the hard work is done.
After the sacrifice.
After the dedication, after people put it on the line, then you get the fake love coming back around you. But he's showing us through these catastrophes. The funny thing is, you don't really know what's in a brother or a sister until adversity comes. That's what the Bible says. A brother is born for what?
Adversity.
But also a quitter is born in adversity. Or a quitter is revealed in adversity. You can see who's your brother in the middle of the battle, and you can see who really ain't your brother in the middle of the battle.
Yes, a friend may not be known in prosperity.
You're not going to know him. It's really a trip. and Judas and them aren't focusing on them because they have bigger fish to fry. They got to sit back and keep everybody strong, everybody potent, and everybody who wants to be potent. What needs to get done to keep the willing potent? Because you're going to have these fearful, weak-minded people that leading up to this point never had a relationship with the Most High, never put the work into sacrifice and committed to the Most High, and then aren't equipped to handle national tragedies. And that's a fact. So read verse 14 again.
God. 2 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 14. Others sold all that they had left, and with all besought the Most High to deliver them, being sold by the wicked Nicanor before they met together.
I want the Most High, please bless me and don't have Nicanor take me, but without doing anything. And thinking I can sit back here, not make any changes, make any commitments. I don't got to make any proactive change in my spirit, but the Lord's going to come through.
Or I'm just going to, if they see I have some wealth or riches, they may kill me for it. So I'm just going to sell everything so they don't got nothing. They don't got nothing to kill me for. They have no reason to kill me.
So I'll just go to slavery.
Yeah, so I'll go to slavery.
I'm just ready to be taken to slavery. They won't kill me. I won't fight. And that goes into why live if you're going to sit back here and establish yourself like that. If you have an opportunity to fight, then fight. And we had an opportunity to fight, but the coward in a lot of our nation, really, you're going to read this next verse, it discussed the Most High that we're like this.
Even in the New Testament, when the Most High commends the unjust steward, the unjust steward was about to be removed from his position.
Yep.
And he took action. He said, I can't work, I can't dig. He says, I'm too ashamed to beg.
Yep.
So I'm just not going to give up and quit like that.
Yep.
And just hold a sign and say, feed me. So what he said, I'm just going to start making moves to see if I can at least recoup some of this debt that I lost track of.
Yep.
And at the end, the Most High said, man, the children of this world are wiser than the children of light. God. Because we won't take no effort whatsoever to change our condition.
Nope.
We'll just soak in our pain.
Yep.
I'm just going to soak in pain.
And then think we can send prayers up and act holy. And that's going to solve our issue.
Yeah.
If I'm holy, and the Most High is not going to sit back here and sting me for my lack of change.
Can I post this real quick?
Listen, it's funny. I'm just going to use this. I'm going to use me for example. Listen, everything's cool with you can think you can study and read and be the most spiritual guy in the world until your back goes out. Then your back goes out. Why is the Most High having me go through these issues with my back? Why am I suffering? Why is the Most High sending these spirits going my way? Maybe these spirits are going my way because I weigh too much. Maybe it's that simple. Maybe if I change my diet and I change how I live, my back won't hurt. I can go all around the circles about the spirit and the spirit. What am I going to do to fix my condition so I don't hurt anymore? Israel, this is all the time. Yes, we're supposed to be spiritual. But are you going to do something about your life to change the direction that your life is going? Are you going to sit back here and just send prayers up all them day long, thinking the Most High is going to change something that you have the power to change? Everybody wants to be in the spirit, but nobody wants to make the changes necessary for the Most High to defend them.
Yeah.
I'm only bringing it up for that reason. We want to send prayers up, which is great. But how are you going to change your life? How are you going to break the flesh in you that's got you weakened in the first place? We want the Lord to come and bless us. But get off your ass and make the changes you got to make so the Most High can bless you and defend you. And this is the lesson that's right here. You know how many Israelites are dealing with sickness? Blood pressure issues, health issues, bodies failing them. Now all we want to do is just keep sending prayers up. I'm only using health because that's a real thing in our community. We have health issues. Eventual diabetes is going to be hitting a lot of people in a few years. And all we got to give the Most High is prayers. What are you going to change in your life to correct your position so the Most High can bless you? This is an aspect of it.
No, prayer is the first thing that you should
Come.
do. But it's not the only thing you should do.
Yeah.
The scriptures say, my son, in thy sickness, be not negligent, but pray unto the Lord.
Come.
So the prayer is number one. But there's still steps on top of that you add on top of that.
Ask, seek, knock.
Yeah.
You got to pray. Then you got to seek the solution.
Yeah.
What do I got to do to fix it? I'm asking the Most High to give me the answers I need so that I am no longer in this situation anymore. And in the midst of your asking and your seeking and your knocking, you'll get what you need to get a hold of your issues. So like Chanukah said, it is about prayer. But it's also about accountability.
Yep.
It's also about taking the information you need and the lessons and from people that are giving it to you, take it so I can sit back here and improve my life. The problem is, I was counseling with a sister today. People want their problem solved without changing it. We want to pray and the problem gets fixed.
And that's why the Most High says, he says, give an offering of fine flour and a memorial fat offering as of not being. Meaning, first of all, he said, after you pray, you give a sacrifice that you ain't never done before.
Mm-hmm.
That means you're doing things after you pray that you normally don't do.
Exactly.
That means you go above and beyond the condition to try to reverse the situation.
You might go to that verse. That one, you got it.
Yeah, it's in Ecclesiastes in the 38. It's Ecclesiastes, yes, sir.
No, I was gonna say too. Just on your point, Chanukah, when we do those prayers, the scripture also says we gotta prepare before we make our prayers. So it's still
steps, bro.
Yeah, it's still steps.
38:11.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, come.
Yep.
Ecclesiastes chapter 38 and verse 11 says, "Give a sweet savor and a memorial."
No, read 9 through 11.
Come. Ecclesiastes 38 verse 9. "My son, in thy sickness, be not negligent, but pray unto the Most High."
So that's step one. That's not the only step, though. That's just step one. That's the initial step to change, or having the Most High interceding for your condition. Read on.
Right. "And he will make thee whole.
Go ahead.
Leave off from sin."
Step two is to do what?
Leave off from sin.
There's still steps to healing.
Mm-hmm.
You don't just pray all day and do nothing else. He said, leave off from sin. Find out what you could be doing wrong.
Yeah.
You always got to consider: is my sin a factor in my sickness?
Yep.
Does my sickness have anything to do with my ill dealings or wrongdoings with the Most High?
Mm-hmm.
Have I been offensive at all to anybody or the Most High? Read on.
God says, "Leave off from sin and order thine hands aright."
Now get my hands right. What's your hands
Your
represent?
habits.
Your hands is work. It's what you use for work. It's your strength. It's your power. You still got to get busy. You got to get your actions right.
God, your habits, your actions.
Your actions got to change.
God. Your routines have to change. How you operate on a daily basis has to change after your prayers and after you've eliminated sinning.
Read.
"And cleanse thy heart."
Your heart is your mind. Now you got to go do the psychotherapy work.
Yep.
Now you got to go look at, am I giving the Most High virtues? Am I using, or like he told Joshua, only be thou strong and of good courage. Am I being weak and depressed? Am I in a funk? Am I in a depression? Am I not using courage? Am I not using faith?
And then you sit back here and take this concept and connect it with Wisdom of Solomon chapter 6. The beginning of wisdom is the desire of what? You gotta desire discipline to get answers. You have to desire discipline to get knowledge and wisdom. Because wisdom is the correct application of knowledge. So for something to work in an arena that haven't worked for you, it's because you've lacked discipline in those arenas where you can't find success in. So after you've prayed, And after you've eliminated the sin in you, then you got to start working on the works of your hands. Now I got to change how I do things. Now I have to add more discipline in these arenas where I keep failing at. And that's where the asking and the seeking and the knocking kicks in. The asking and the seeking and the knocking kicks into what do I have to sit back and change in my spirit? What do I have to fix in my spirit? What do I have to work on in my spirit to get the desired result that I'm looking for? What do I have to give up? What do I got to sacrifice and do without? So that the Most High will acknowledge me. Keep going, I'm sorry.
Read on.
And cleanse thy heart from all wickedness.
Go ahead.
Give a sweet savor.
And this is where you got to give the Most High something. This is where you got to start shaving off things. You got to start shaving off things and narrowing down what you give to the Most High. You know what? Am I eating unhealthy foods, or am I doing things that's bringing about disease? Let me give something up. Am I being superfluous in my food, in my intake? Have I not been setting limits and boundaries on how I'm doing things in my life that's causing the sickness?
Yeah.
Read on.
Give a sweet savor and a memorial of fine flour.
Read on.
And make a fat offering.
He said, make a what?
A fat offering.
A fat offering means a fat offering is going above and beyond the norm.
Mm-hmm.
That's what a fat offering is. You're not giving just you're not giving a slim offering, a skinny offering. You're giving the Most High a fat offering, meaning you're doing some extras. You're going above and beyond the normal duties you would do, because you're really anticipating and trying to get the Most High to intercede in your situation. So I'm doing something I don't normally do in this situation. I'll go above and beyond the norm so I can get the proper healing. Read on.
God. It says, and make a fat offering as not being.
Now what are you going to do that's different from your normal routine to show the Most High that you want healing?
Yeah.
Are you willing to go the extra mile and do the extras for this healing? Are you willing to do research on your condition to find out why your body is failing you, or why your health is failing you? Are you willing to do the extra research? Are you willing to take advice? Are you willing to go under tutors and governors
and follow people
or trainers?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Am I seeking out counselors?
Yep.
Now, how bad do you want to get help now?
And that's the point.
Because that's what then the Most High is looking at. Are you willing to do the things you don't normally do to get help? How bad do you want to get healed?
And that's the laziness. And that's the people want blessings without accepting the changes that you got to make in yourself to get recognized, to get blessed. You get blessed because the Most High recognizes all the abstinence and all the commitments you make to serving Him.
You know, when you mentioned that verse about Christ saying, "Ask, seek, and knock,"
Mm-hmm.
you know, he was teaching the disciples how to pray. You know, but when you read on in that same chapter, he shows them how to pray with what intensity, and he gave a parable about a neighbor friend coming to his house at midnight asking for bread, and he said, my children in their bed sleep. He said, but because of importunity, he will rise and give him all that he asked for. Get the definition of importunity. Because not only did Christ show his disciples how to pray, but he was showing them also with what intensity to pray for, and how and with what intensity are you praying with. Read that definition of importunity.
Importunity, 1828, Webster's Dictionary. Pressing solicitation.
That means you want something real bad.
Mm-hmm.
So the Most High, when you're seeking the Most High's assistance, the Most High is also looking at how bad do you want it? How bad do you want change? Read on.
Urgent requests.
How urgent are you, or how serious are you about getting this healing? It's not just praying to the Most High, and now the Most High got to do all the work.
Yeah.
The Most High got to fix everything for you, but you have no urgency whatsoever. You have no pressing solicitation. There's no motivation behind it. There's no intensity behind it. Read on.
Right. It says application for a claim or favor.
It says, so what type of application are you going to put in when you want the Most High's assistance? You know, people have I talked to a sister at the city building you know, they really don't hire no sisters at that building.
Yeah.
I said, how'd you get this job? She said, I applied 5 times. And
That's not the one we saw, right?
Yeah, it is.
Wow. You saw another day?
Yeah, before we saw it.
Okay.
I said, how'd you get this job? She said, I had to put in 5 applications. It took me 5 times to get this job.
And she has one of those different like African names too. So you know they was like,
Yeah.
nah.
They was like, nah, we don't want
we don't want that name.
that name.
Pass it, push it away, push it away.
The algorithm.
It was like Essence or like, you know, something. You know, it was like, you know, this is a black person that's applying for a job. They're like, you know what? They were like this. You know, Esau doing this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put this under the paperwork here. Put it under the.
or they got the AI configuration.
I know.
Or they just kick the name out when they see the name out. It's the bot. We didn't do it. The AI, our software.
It was the computer. The software.
Our software kicked your application.
But the
out.
software is nigger rigged.
Yeah.
You better have an American name or you're out of there. I'm sorry. Keep going.
But that's the point. You know, when you want something real bad, what are you willing to do to change the situation?
Yeah.
And that's what Christ was teaching his disciples. How bad do you want change? You people can pray, but how bad do you want to? What are you willing to do to go above and beyond to get the Most High's help? Mm-hmm. Read on in that definition.
Importunity. It says, which is urged with troublesome frequency or pertinacity.
Pertinacity. Pertinacity. So what he's showing is, what Christ was teaching the disciples is, when you ask, seek, and knock, you're making serious claims about what you're asking for. You're making serious claims about what you're requesting the Most High's help for.
Yep.
So that's what he's saying when you're looking for healing. It's the same thing when you're looking for healing. You really want some help, and you're really going to go above and beyond and do whatever extra measure necessary to get the Most High to intercede for you. Yes, sir.
Pertinacity is fire.
Read it.
So your point. It says, holding firmly to an opinion or a course of action.
Right. So that means that I know that if the Most High requires me to just I'm gonna fast, I'm gonna pray, I'm gonna seek help, I'm gonna seek advice, I'm gonna counsel, I'm gonna look for people that have the same problem I have, and ask them, how did you overcome this situation that I possess? I'm
You're intense about this.
You're intense, right? I'm flipping over every rock to get answers, and the Most High can know through that action, this person really wants assistance. That's it. You can let that go. Yes, sir.
Serving on that point.
Go ahead.
About everything being proactive, seeking, knocking. It says right here, here's the solution. It says, with such doth he heal men and taketh away their pains.
Exactly.
Okay.
But with using that type of urgency, using that type of solicitous pertinacity.
But with that type of, if you have that type of intensity to look for what you want, you're going to sit back and ask the Most High, pray to Him. You're going to fight like hell to do what you're going to do to change things inside of you to get to that point.
Yep.
This is why the Most High says you have to, that is manfully changing your life. That's why the Most High says in Exodus 15:3, He is a man of war. A man of war, in a nutshell, is a person that is willing to fight. Listen, to be a great warrior, you have to be able to fight what's inside of you first. You have to fight your fear, fight your laziness, fight your sloth. You have to attack all the weakness in yourself to be great at fighting. People think war is about just kicking somebody's ass. That's not it. You have to master you to be a great fighter. You have to master all your doubts, all your fears, all of your anxieties, so you can clearly read your opponent. I can't understand how to defeat this person if I'm fighting things in me while trying to fight this person at the same time. So the Most High is all about backing and defending somebody who was willing to fight whatever is inside of them to overcome their battle, overcome their war. And it takes that much intensity and that much passion to be directed at fighting what's inside of you versus our people Israel that wants to feel sorry for themselves. and wants to feel sad about their condition and unhappy about how jacked up their life is and how many things didn't go right in their life. We are so full of crap because we lack accountability.
Yep.
And once we get accountability, maybe we can start correcting and changing the course of where our life is. Anyway, keep going on.
Right. So in Ecclesiastes, he says that. Read that last verse right there.
Verse 11, right?
Yeah.
Come on, verse 11. It says, "Give a sweet savor and a memorial of fine flour, and make a fat offering as not being.
Read.
Then give place to the physician."
Stop. He says you do all these things even before you go see a doctor.
God.
Look at all the measures that you take before you even go to the physician. How many measures have you taken upon yourself to consider what the Most High needs from you first? What changes he needs from you first? What type of prayers he needs from you first? What type of clean hands he needs from you first? What type of consistency and intensity he needs from you first? What type of sacrifice he needs from you first? That's before you even go to the doctor.
To get the mechanical solution.
Yeah, to get the herbal solution or the medical solution.
Or the routine
the
solution.
therapeutic solution. You know, before they put you on some type of program or schedule or routine. And when you, because we want the doctors to do everything.
Yeah.
But we don't want to do nothing in between.
Yep. That's fact.
I want to pray and then let the doctor fix everything. But what about all the in-between measures? What about all the sacrifices? What about all the changes in the discipline? Those things count also when it comes to healing. Just as important as going to the doctor. You know what I'm saying?
All facts.
So that Israel got that mentality that the situation is supposed to change itself.
Yep. And all you got to do is just pray to the Lord and say, Lord, you know what I need. And then everything works out. But with the Most High is saying, those people are really fearful.
Yeah.
They're really fearful and lack the trust that the Most High will come through for them if they put the work in.
You know what? The Most High promised Israel the land of milk and honey.
Yep.
But he still had to fight for it.
Con.
He still had to fight giants for it.
And he finally said, y'all want to just die in this wilderness. Because we let fear break us. Fear was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Our fear to face giants. Not realizing the Most High was weakening them from that position. And he's like, listen, if you want to, this is why the Most High was looking down on these Israelites who were full of fear. Full of fear to get them to leave their homeland that the Most High gave to them. Or the ones that stayed in their homeland and did nothing about it. Just sold property and sat in their ass waiting for the inevitable. It's just how different ways we express fear and distrust of the Lord.
Yep.
We want to be sad about all the bad that's about to happen. What can you do to fight as long as you can fight? This is the what's the word with this scripture, there's a saying that says, not the foolishness of teaching. It is the foolishness.
It is, yeah.
It is.
1 Corinthians
Because the foolishness of teaching is based upon how hard it is just to get people to want to fight. We'll go over topic after topic. We talked about it. We're over like 840 topics now. 840 classes. And if you sit back here from a distance and look at it, these 800 plus topics are designed to inspire what? Israel to fight. And after 800 plus classes, guess what? Israel still what? Doesn't want to fight. We make up excuses not to fight ourselves. We make up excuses not to be motivated to break what's inside of you.
They want to debate. What's in their head?
And then they'll sit back. What's the new class for us? People, there's 800 to choose from. That talk about fighting. That inspire you to be a better version of yourself.
They took to apply.
That I can use to apply in your life to get results. We need a new angle.
That took hours to write, by the way. It's not like...
Well, it wasn't just... The funny thing is, it wasn't just hours to write. It was decades of experience behind the writing.
Right.
that justifies the fight. That is the purpose of class in the first place, is to get us to be inspired to take yourself on and fight it. And not the foolishness of teaching isn't trying to convince Israelites that they're Israelites. It's to convince Israelites to fight their battle. That's the circle. That's the game that's damn near impossible to get the Jew to do. And this is why the Most High said Judah's like a lion's whelp. What's going to get these Jews to sit back and raise up and fight? That is from the beginning of in Genesis. What is it going to take to get Israel to fight? And the funny thing is, he uses Judah as the head tribe because he knows the rest of the tribes are just going to break down and cower down. He's like, what is it going to take for Judah to fight? He said, if I can get Judah motivated, the rest of the nation will be motivated off of his motivation. That verse isn't to knock Judah, like Judah is just lazy. He's saying they're the head tribe. If they fight, the rest of the tribes will fight. The challenge of class is, what does it take to get a person to stop saying they can't do it? To convince them why they should fight. Why they should accept inconvenience. Why they shouldn't accept, or why they should accept the life of being inconvenient to get results. What is it going to take to get people to fight every day and not just quit and be apathetic?
Real quick.
That's the foolishness of teaching. What is it going to take to get people to fight their battle? Because most people don't want to fight. They'll use us and other people and situations not to fight what's inside of them, so that they don't have to fight and they can live their life and feel good about their diminishing. Okay, you done with that verse? Mm-hmm. Let's go back to 2 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 15.
2 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 15 says, and if not for their own sakes, yet for the covenants he had made with their fathers, and for his holy and glorious name's sake, by which they were called. So, Maccabees.
So what he's saying is this. Read verse 14 again.
Verse 14. Others sold all that they had left, and withal besought the Most High to deliver them, being sold by the wicked Nicanor before they met together. And if not for their own sakes, yet for the covenants he had made with their fathers, and for his holy and glorious name's sake, by which they were called.
So what he's saying is, the Most High comes through for them for his name's sake.
But can I make this point?
Yes.
That style you have is that intelligent business approach, pragmatic, perspective. There's wisdom, and then there's what?
Prudence. Yeah.
Prudence. It's that prudent, business, practical, logical approach. Mm-hmm. Which, you know what? I'm not against practical logic, but when you have a real spiritual matter, sometimes it takes not being logical.
Yeah. Yes.
It's not logical to fight 10,000, 20,000, 40,000, 50,000. It's not logical to do all this fight just to clean a temple.
Yep.
To clean a building.
Just go to another city. Go to Alexandria.
Let's get the hell out of here and keep your life going.
There's a place in Alexandria. There's a place in Alexandria that teaches the Bible.
They have the same temple there. They have a replica.
It's not the same.
I'm just saying.
But it's okay. It's okay.
But you tell yourself that. It's the same thing. It's the same Bible. It's the same books. Yes. It's the basic same concept.
Yes.
That's that business, practical, pragmatic. That approach works in the same
I don't mind learning Egyptian.
Yeah.
I don't learn Egyptian.
They probably have better weather.
I learn a new language.
Probably better weather over there.
They have better tacos in Egypt.
Their tacos are so much better. Their shawarma is out of this world.
They have shawarma in Egypt.
Yes, shawarma in Egypt.
Let's do that.
You had Egyptian shawarma? Have you ever had it?
You're near the water, too.
And they had architecture.
You go to the beach in Alexandria.
Architecture is out of this world. Moses was here for a long time.
Yeah.
We were here first, actually.
Yeah. Did you know that Jeremiah went to Egypt, too?
And that's what I'm saying. and so, if you look at it, that practical, pragmatic, logical, intellectual, intelligent procedure, which in technicality makes sense, in the flesh,
not in spirit.
It doesn't make sense in the spiritual technicality. And Israel uses the fleshly technicality and not the spiritual technicality. The spiritual technicality is to give the Most High a sacrifice. A sacrifice is what? I'm losing my comfort.
Yep.
I'm losing my convenience.
Yep.
I'm losing my time. I'm losing my routine. I can't see tomorrow. Those are spiritual sacrifices. So he puts you in a condition to make the business choice or the spiritual choice. But which one's going to give him glory? The pragmatic, practical, logical, logistic decision? Or
The spiritual inconvenience.
the spiritual inconvenience? If we were really about pleasing the Most High, we'd know the answer already.
Listen,
And this is why we're always in these circle situations, these circle scenarios, these circular, we never get out of our personal maze of suffering.
And the question, like you asked, is, the scriptures say, if the Most High be with you, who could be against you?
Mhm.
The Most High be for you. So, what decision can get the Most High on my side?
That's the answer.
the funny thing is, everything we're saying, even Esau backs it up too. And what I mean is, we brought this out. Elisha brought it out in the point, and we've talked about it in class about the interior mid-cingulate cortex.
Yeah.
There's a part of your brain that grows when it is inconvenienced on a daily basis. And the more you sit back here and inconvenience yourself and go against what you want in the flesh, that part grows stronger and larger and larger. And then when you sit back here and you learn to make decisions that feed your comfort, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. That's literally a scientific fact. And it says that people whose cortex,
they say that's the only way to make it grow.
And the only way to make it grow is to go and do things.
Inconvenience yourself.
And it says people that attack that or grow that part of their brain, they live longer and they're happier people. And that's the funny thing. So the Most High has a mechanism in the flesh that is parallel to the spirit. And we don't even understand it.
And those health enthusiasts that understand that, this is why they subject themselves. They say that you have to do something uncomfortable every day. And that goes against your natural comfort every single day.
If you like it, it ain't a battle.
Yeah.
If you like it, it ain't a battle. You got to find something you don't like every day and attack it. If you want to grow.
But if you're in
Now, people like, David Goggins online, he does it in the flesh, in the workout scenario.
Yeah.
You can do it in the spirit too. When he understands it just in the carnal. My knees are hurting. My knees are about to shatter. I'm going to run 7 miles today. I'm going to run 7 miles every day regardless. That's what he attacks in the flesh.
Because he's using the physical procedure, which is necessary. But we don't take that light and apply that in the spiritual procedure.
That's the point.
That's necessary.
And that's the point. And if he or people like him or our people ever understood that concept and put it in the spirit, we can be powerhouses in the world, on earth for Christ. But we don't do it.
And this is why the Most High designs camp life so uncomfortable
Rigid.
and inconsistent. Not inconsistent, uncomfortable and inconvenient. He does it because then I have to create the environment to where you have to always be uncomfortable so you can finally adapt to this. Thank you. If he makes the camp environment comfortable, then we're not going to choose comfort on top of that.
And then corruption comes soon afterwards. But in these people that are faced with life or death situations, the reason, first of all, these people that are in their homes didn't choose being in the mountains anyway in the first place. So these people that are in the house were living a life of comfort already that got them to this point. They were already submitting leading up to this point. They were the ones wearing the togas and the damn not the leaves but the olives. They were wearing the olives party and go. They was drinking alcohol and doing debauchery.
Dionysus. They
were doing debauchery at the club at the what do you call that? The Blue Oyster. They're at the Blue Oyster out. They're at the Blue Oyster out. Like every damn month. They're already doing that, so they're already used to compromising. Everybody's in leather and cop glasses out.
Yeah.
Anyway, for those who know, they know.
Get the piper.
Listen, they're all doing all that naughty stuff, so they're already used to compromising themselves, living in their homes.
Yeah. Right.
So sitting back here fighting their battle, that's so far from them. That's why they're running, or they're just selling everything and giving up. Because they lack the spirit of fight. If they would have left earlier, they would have already had a hardened spirit to them. So this next level of hardening wouldn't be so difficult. Anyway, let's continue in verse 16. So the Most High did all this. He's going to sit back here and look after us despite this evident weakness in the nation. Don't forget, he's saving an entire nation for 6,000 people. So don't forget that. He's salvaging all of our nation because 6,000 folks stood up. And this is the problem that was happening when Onias III died. After he died, there was nobody else that stood up for what was right. So he couldn't defend us. Remember, it was Menelaus or Jason. There was no other faction that stood up for what was right. So the Most High had to let it fall. Now there's a faction, small as it is, he can defend and back. What is he showing us? If somebody doesn't stand up for what's right, his spirit can't come around and use them to motivate everybody else. There's got to be somebody standing up for what's right and giving their life up for what's right to bring the best out of everybody else. Without that small group, the spirit cannot come and defend the rest. Read verse 15 again.
Verse 15. And if not for their own sakes, yet for the covenants which he had made with their fathers, and for his glorious and his holy and glorious name's sake, by which they were called.
So he's doing this for his name's sake and his forefathers' sake, and this handful of 6,000 men who are trying to fight. And this is why Christ is still coming back now. Because how many of us are really fighting our battles and have really earned this opportunity of salvation to get sent to the wilderness? How many of us are working every day and earning it? He's doing it for our forefathers also because he promised them that they're going to get taken care of and their children's children are going to get taken care of, and that's why he's coming back. And hopefully once he comes back, the ones he chooses and gives a chance to change their life in the wilderness will make it right with him. And hopefully we'll live up to those expectations. Continue verse 16.
Verse 16. So Maccabeus called his men together unto the number of 6,000.
He still only had 6,000. Read on.
And exhorted them not to be stricken with terror.
So he's letting you know that Maccabeus let the people in the facilities of Judea know that Nicanor was coming, and they crumbled and they melted. And he's letting you know that those people melted, and none of them went to him to add these numbers. That's how scarce it was. The ones who were in the city miserable left or gave up even more in the city. And this scenario didn't galvanize the people to say, forget this, I'm ready to die with these guys. They did this bad news didn't make them want to fight. So he still had his 6. And he's seen everybody else run and they're putting their possessions on horses and they're leaving. And these towns are like ghost towns now. Or people are closed up in their house scared as hell. So now Judah's got to say, okay, I got to strengthen these 6,000 men and power them up to get them ready for this next venture, this next situation. I got to give them courage to deal with these large, inordinate numbers. Read on. Cry, you got to leave, man. You got to leave. I'm sorry. Taiwan, let's get you in. 7:55.
Tahawam Rakha, Shah Shabata, Banashar, Bayasha Allah.
Tahawam Rakha, Shah Shabata, Banashar, Bayasha Allah. Amazing. What? Yahweh Hashem Yahshabakata.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshabakata.
Okay, let's get verse 16, sir.
2 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 16. So Maccabeus called his men together unto the number of 6,000, and exhorted them not to be stricken with terror of the enemy, nor to fear the great multitude of the heathen, who came wrongfully against them, but to fight manfully.
So, if we tie this chapter and we tie it in with what we've read in First Maccabees chapter 3, he kind of gives an explanation in First Maccabees chapter 3, a little more detailed about this speech. But this detail in the speech ties in directly with Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 1 through 8, or 1 through 9. So let's read that. Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 1 through 9. Because right now in verse 16, he's exhorting Israel to not let fear stop them, or he said swoon, or fear to like completely swoon you and make you faint and paralyze and incapacitate you. So in order to do that, he's going back to how we operated with one another during the time of Moses to get people strong before war. Deuteronomy 20.
Deuteronomy chapter 20 and verse 1. When thou goest out to battle against thine enemies, and seest horses and chariots, and a people more than thou.
And this is what they're seeing now. And this is why Judas was very good, because he was raised up like a priest. So he was a warrior and a priest, and he was able to sit back and bring these type of concepts back to Israel's attention. Because when the spirit of fear hits somebody, when fear and doubt and pressure and all kind of catastrophe hits you in your life, you got to bring people back to the book. You got to bring people back to the scriptures and to our galvanizing, what keeps us galvanized and strong. So read that part again.
Verse 1. When thou goest out to battle against thine enemies, and seest horses and chariots, and a people more than thou, be not afraid of them. For the Lord thy power is with thee, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. And it shall be, when ye are come nigh unto the battle, that the priest shall approach and speak unto the people.
And this is so important. Before you fight any battle, who is the person that should be talking to you? It's the priest, the person who is more connected to the scriptures and more connected to getting you to look at your battle from a spiritual frame of mind. This is the focus. Before you go into any battle, the scriptures are showing you have to look at it spiritual and not technical or carnal. You didn't sit back here and say, before you go to battle, talk to your war generals and we can discuss war strategy or war tactics and military tactics.
Or go see what you have in your armory
Khan.
and count your weapons up and do an inventory of your weapons
Khan.
and your swords and how many bow and arrows you got.
Khan. He's like, before you go into a battle, you got to learn how to look at things spiritual. Look at things from a biblical mindset. Okay? And a person who is well versed in the scriptures has to lead you through how to look at these scenarios clearly. Read on. Which is what Judas is doing. Read on.
Verse 3. And shall say unto them, Hear, O Israel, ye approach this day unto battle against your enemies. Let not your hearts faint.
Isn't that exactly what he said earlier? You can't be stricken with terror.
Yep.
To be stricken with terror is to faint or to swoon. Like you can't get caught up into running and swooning and feeling sorry for yourself and fainting in this time of adversity. Read on.
Fear not, and do not tremble, neither be ye terrified because of them. For the Lord your power is he that goeth with you, to fight for you against your enemies, to save you.
The Most High is always there to go forth in front of your enemies to save you if you are fighting for the right reasons. If you are fighting the battles the Most High wants you to fight. That's how it happens. If you're fighting for Him and to defend your nation, and you're trying to make moves and decisions that benefit the body, then he's going to always sit back here and defend you and back you. Now, listen, if you're trying to make moves for yourself, you ain't going to get backed. There's no guarantee Most High's backing is going to be there when it's about you. But if it's for the body, there's no doubt about it. He's going to be there for you if your moves are for the body. And if the moves benefit or I'm going to say this, if the moves benefit the body more than you. Because we like to make moves that benefit the body and ourselves.
Yeah.
And then we say it's for the body. Yep. It helps everyone. But me a lot, but it helps everyone. The Most High knows where your heart is at. And he needs to make sure that these endeavors benefit the body of Christ way more than it benefits you. And if that's your motivation, then he defends you. Read on.
Verse 5. And the officer shall speak unto the people, saying, what man is there that had built a new house?
So then first thing is first. After the priest established the spiritual mindset, the spiritual tone of how things are supposed to be leading into battle, then the officers start sitting back here and going through the ranks and trying to see who's still not convinced. The priest, first of all, keeps everybody motivated.
Yep.
The priest is there to motivate. Now the officer got to sit back here and see, did the word resonate with all these people that are being taught? Yeah. Did the word stick? Because there's a lot of people saying, Khan! When in the back of their head, they're thinking about other shit. They're thinking about home. Thinking about what they're about to lose. They're full of fear and doubt. It's the officer's job to spot the rats and the weakness and the fear amongst the camp. After the priest does his best opportunity to show and convince Israel that the Most High is with them, and then there's no fear into going into this battle. So let's read on. Verse 5.
Verse 5. And the officer shall speak unto the people, saying, what man is there that had built a new house and had not dedicated it? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man dedicate it.
So now the officer has to sit back here and think about what are things that's going to keep Israel from being focused.
Yeah.
What are things that's going to keep Israel from being pulled? And let's get these guys that aren't focused out of the battle. Because the crazy thing is this. Uncle Sam don't give a shit what you got going on in your head.
Nope.
He gonna put a helmet on your head and a gun and go out there and shoot. And if you turn back here, you're gonna get shot. Right? But the officer and the military captain understands what's more valuable than manpower. What's more important than a bunch of bodies? What's more important than a bunch of bodies is a bunch of bodies who are committed to a cause. For those of y'all who've watched Apocalypse Now was a war about Vietnam, and how one of the main reasons that this certain military generals and people that were in the war, they felt that the war prolonged on and dragged on because the majority of the men in the war didn't want to be there. The majority of the young men that were drafted and drug into this combat in the jungle didn't want to be there, and their lack of a desire to fight and their lack of courage and confidence in these scenarios was why we were going to lose, because there wasn't enough confidence and focus moving forward. This general that they were trying to kill, his methods were unorthodox, but he was like, listen, if you want to win this war, remove all the fearful cats, the doubtful and fearful young men, and just give me a handful of soldiers, and we'll sit back and wipe these guys out. Because will and force of will has to be the preeminent thing in this war. So he understood that in that movie. But in general, in a spiritual arena, the military officers understand that focus and faith and clarity of mind is way more important than numbers.
Yeah.
But let's keep going. You have something?
No, I just want to bring out how when those officers that after the priests are the ones that uplift the morale. Those are the ones that stimulate the morale to give you the right fighting attitude going into the war. But the officers are the veterans that have been through war that can reassure you that there's victory that on the ends of it.
Yeah, they can spot the weakness in the men when they're in the middle of battle, before battle.
And then even in the military, you have these college grads that go to West Point and go to military schools, but they've never touched the battle whatsoever.
Yep.
And then you got, they did 4 years of school, but they got hired. They got these bars on their uniform.
Yep.
They got these lieutenant and captain ranks on their uniform, but they're not experienced in battle.
Nobody respects them either.
Nobody respects those guys. Then you got guys that are lower level NCOs or even specialists that are lower ranking without the military school, but they've been in war for 2-3 years straight.
Yep.
And in the battlefield, who do you think people are going to follow? They're going to follow the guy that just graduated college but has no war experience whatsoever?
Well, that's why in Vietnam War they were killing those guys. Those college graduates that weren't war captains that haven't been in the battle, they were killing those guys because they were sending them to scenarios. They were sending them to their death.
They couldn't recognize booby traps.
Yep.
But then you got guys that are experienced,
Yep.
that know what war looks like. They know what war smells like. They know how gruesome it is. You need those experienced individuals that understand strategy in the midst of war, that can help lead you and motivate you and say, hey, if we can get to this hill, we can overtake our enemies. Or if we can get cover, if we can get behind some cover, we can prolong this fight. We got a fighting chance. So the Most High got it set up to where you got those that give you spiritual insight, being the priests, those that actually give you real-time war experience, those officers that understand it, and then the rest is just, you got to do it. You got to perform. And so what I like, what we're reading about is the Most High always had, when the Most High said he does let all things be done decently and in order, there's even an orderly way to go to war. There's even an orderly way to fight. So in any situation, any battle, there is an orderly way to go about it. There's a decent way to fight anything. So, but first, I would get the priestly insight. Let me get the right mind frame that's sculpted by the priest. Then let me borrow some experience from the officers. Let me lean on their experience before I step into an environment where I'm brand new at. Yes, sir.
That's why before they go to war, they have rules of engagement.
Yes.
Set up between two people that are getting ready.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
It may not be fair.
It may
the rules of engagement.
And in this particular sense, in Maccabees, it's 20,000 versus 6,000. Yeah, so those numbers are outweighed.
And the crazy thing is, it's really
one,
55. In First Maccabees 3, it says 55. Second Maccabees says 8 says 620.
Well,
20 to 6, but it's 55,000 to 6 or 20,000 to 6. It's still a bunch of thousands to 6.
Yeah, you're still outnumbered. Yeah, right. You got to kill 4 men to 5 men for every one.
It's 3 to 1 or 5 to 1.
Yeah.
Pick your poison.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. But so let's keep going.
Deuteronomy chapter 20 and verse 6.
Mm-hmm.
And what man is he that hath planted a vineyard and hath not yet eaten of it? Let him also go and return unto his house, lest he die in the battle and another man eat of it.
And the funny thing is, this is the Most High sitting back here and letting Israel off the hook for basic worldly pulls. This is the Most High sitting back here and doing this. But the funny thing is, we'll find greater excuses beyond this to not want to fight their battle. But read on.
And what man is there that hath betrothed a wife and hath not taken her? Let him go and return unto his house, lest he die in the battle and another man take her. And the officers shall speak further unto the people, and they shall say, what man is there that is fearful and faint-hearted?
Now it goes even beyond distractions. Because really verse 5, 6, and 7 deals with why a man will be distracted in battle, or why his mind will be separated partially on the field and partially somewhere else. So that's not even a fear thing as much as a distraction thing. So this military officer's like, he wants to make sure in his army there's no distractions. Everybody is focused on what's the most important thing is what the battle is. That's number one. And then once you eliminate distractions, now let's sit back here and eliminate fear. Fear and distractions is what brings in our realm, in Israelite realm, fear and distractions is what brings us loss. And a lack of consciousness towards the Lord. That's first. A lack of consciousness towards the Lord, distractions, and fear. So read verse 8 again.
Verse 8. And the officers shall speak further unto the people, and they shall say, What man is there that is fearful and faint-hearted?
Mm-hmm.
Let him go and return unto his house, lest his brethren's heart faint, as well as his heart.
So we don't need distracted men, and we don't need fearful men. Because that fearful man is a cancer in the body. This guy got to get out of here before he spreads that fear to the rest of the body. We can't have that fear in the camp and expect us to be strong. Read on.
Verse 9. And it shall be, when the officers have made an end of speaking unto the people, that they shall make captains of the armies to lead the people.
So once you sit back here and you eliminate the distractions and the fearful, now you can start building your military. Now you know what you got. Now you can start setting up captains over battalions and over groupings. And now you can start looking for leaders. What he's saying is after you get the distracted and the fearful out, now you can find your leaders. Now the leaders will emerge after you purge away everybody who ain't mentally there or is afraid. Read on.
When thou comest nigh unto a city...
No, that's all I want. That was verse 9. So this is what Judas is kind of explaining and laying out to his men. I didn't read this chapter because we were running late last week. But it still ties in with this message because he literally said the same thing in 1 Maccabees chapter 3 at the end of it. Okay, so let's continue. Verse 17 in 2 Maccabees 8.
2 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 17. And so set before their eyes the
injury.
Oh, sorry. And to set before the eyes the injury that they have unjustly done to the holy place, and the cruel handling of the city. Thereof they made a mockery, and also the taking away of the government of their forefathers.
So now Judas is trying to explain, hey, these guys are our enemies. They took our government away. They sat back here and mocked our temple. They've desecrated our temple. We're sitting back and living like vagabonds. This is why we got to wipe these guys out and stand up for what's right. Because if we don't stand up and fight, our nation is going to get wiped out. And our nation is going to be displaced. Think about this. There is a reason. And Israel was referred to as the lost 12 tribes of Israel. The 9.5 tribes got forgotten about after 722 BCI. They were completely forgotten. They were captured by the Assyrians, sent to Assyria, and then from there they just scattered all throughout the world, forgotten about. Taking on the names of the land that they once lived in. I mean, the new land regions, now they're those people. Now they're Scythians. Now they're Galatians. Now they're Scots. Now they're Celts. Now they're Brits. Now they're Germanic tribes. They're from Germania. Now they're Vikings. Now they're Visigoths. Now they're Goths. They give all these monikers on them because once Mosai turned his back on us, now we're different people now. At least by identification. So he's like, this is real. And if we don't sit back and stand up now, we're going to be just like the 9.5 tribes in front of forgotten about people. that are just scattered throughout all the different regions on the earth. And these nations are going to come and assimilate and take us over. So let's continue. There's lots at stake now. Let's continue.
Verse 18. For they, said he, trust in their weapons and boldness, but our confidence is in the almighty power.
So he says, for they trust in their weapons and their boldness. And this is talking about the spirit of Esau in general. Don't forget, what was Esau blessed with?
The sword.
Esau was blessed with the sword. His innovations in the sword industry. This is what makes America even potent right now.
It's the only thing the only thing to make them respectable in the world.
Listen, the funny thing is, their military is not respected. It's not like their military. Listen, Esau can't even get young white males to join anymore. I've been listening to all these shows. You patriotic Edomites are pissed because like enrollments are down in the military. At least for young white guys. You're 6'3" horses. You're 6'3". That's what you want. That's what you want in the military. You want some 6'3" horses that are strong, that can shoot, that love hunting and fishing and killing. That's what you want in your military.
They had nothing to fight for.
Well, what you know why? Because the military is a bunch of women and Nancy boys now.
Yeah. You killed the
Trying to find a nice way to say it. It's watered down. And remember back in the 80s, Zach, and in the 90s with the Marines, they used to have the real tight, locked in white dudes and the black dudes in the military. They look sharp as hell. I said, I ain't going, but they look sharp. I ain't going, but they look cool. The guy was wielding his sword like, oh, like this guy is sharp. The Marines, I'm like these dudes. Is the Marine commercial or the Army? They jumping out the damn helicopter. Right? They looking strong out. I'm like these dudes are united. They cold. But now they just started changing the commercials back to more of that 80s style. Yeah. But before it was somebody just pushing women and you can be what you want and you just come in and get education. Just come. And it just watered down the caliber of the people in the military. This is why, listen, America is not going to Ukraine right now. It'll be the dumbest move in the world to put United States troops in Ukraine to fight these Russians. These Russians will mop American soldiers up. They will eat them for breakfast. The only reason the war is lasting as long as it is because these Ukrainians are rugged. Listen, I saw a clip like a couple days ago. Kyle sent it to me. That these Ukrainians, they were out nightclub or something in Ukraine, and these Ukrainians said, "You American?" And the guy said, "Yeah." He started this cursing about "F you," blah blah blah. You ain't blah 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 blah. American cheat. You know they say a little. You know how foreigners they say curse words, but it's out of the spirit.
Kind of funny.
It's kind of funny. And he's American a-hole. I'm like, it's something like that. Like, come on, what is this guy saying? But they're saying rude things to him, and the American says something snarky back as he was walking off. As the Ukrainian was walking off, he said, "What you say?" And he like one hit quit him out. Pop! I'm like, these dudes are rugged out here. You know, I wanted this. The American one hit out, he was out of there. Right? I'm like, these Slavs are rugged dudes naturally. So you put rugged Slavs against rugged Slavs, you at least got a chance. When Europe starts bringing all these Frenchies and these Germans in there out, it ain't gonna be good.
No,
they're gonna get mopped up. They're a different breed of guy. Different breed of soldier.
But they're snatching Ukrainian men off the street.
They've been doing it.
I see one video where 4 guys was pulling a regular civilian that was barefoot into a white van out. And then the people in the apartments ahead start throwing stuff out to the soldiers, trying to get them off the dude. The dude slipped away, but he was barefoot.
I've seen other guys come in and see a guy get dragged out, and 4 of my other guys come back and beat up the soldiers to get the guy free.
Yeah.
That's happening a lot.
They're just broad daylight snatching grown men off the streets.
Listen, then you sit back. I've seen pictures of Ukrainian soldiers, and you got the men in there all balding. That's not right. That's not normal.
They're older too.
That's why I said they're balding. Well, they got the cowlicks on their head. Like, why are you on the front lines and you're in your mid-40s? That's a problem. And they didn't sit back and just join. They got dragged into joining. You're 45 on the front line?
Yeah.
That's crazy. They got snatched up. Then they got sent to France for a 2-month training, and they go back to war and die within a month. But once again, this is what the United States is going to send Americans to. First of all, Europe's going to go. Europe's going to go and get wiped out because they're talking about in Germany. They're about to start. They're really talking about having what do you call the word?
They're nationalizing their in this war industry right now.
It's nationalizing, but it's conscription. That's the word. They're working on doing conscription. So is Britain. They're gearing up. This is ramping up. They're going to do this. But the funny thing is, what makes Esau have their power is their weaponry. But the funny thing is, they don't even have enough weapons to send right now. The reason we know nuclear fallout is coming. This is how you know. Esau started during the time of shock and awe in the late 90s. Esau started shifting their military weaponry to making weapons that are more finesse and are highly expensive.
Yeah.
So what they've been doing is commissioning Boeing and all these weapon manufacturers to make weapons that are like, they're lethal with their power, but it takes a long time to make these weapons. It takes years to make weapons. And they're very like
they're delicate.
They're delicate. That's the best word. They're delicate, and it's very hard to mass manufacture. So what's happening is they don't even have enough anti-missile defense systems to send to Ukraine, because if they send them anymore, the United States won't have any anti-missile systems,
anti-aircraft, anti-ballistic
those Patriot missiles that are air defense. They can't send anymore, and they can't find them anywhere in Europe to help these guys out.
And this is why they called the truce in Israel. They just don't want to say it. They don't want to admit it, that they caused the truce in Israel for that 12-day truce because they ran out of bombs.
Israel ran out of weaponry.
Yeah,
Israel ran out of weaponry.
Because those bombs from Iran penetrated that Iron Dome.
That Iron Dome is whack, bro.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, when the weapons were penetrating, they put a ban on media in Israel, so you couldn't see them. But you could. But then on the underground, you started seeing all these bombs like.
Tel Aviv was getting blown.
They were getting banged up. What's the point I'm trying to bring out?
The
world, United States is vulnerable. Israel is vulnerable. Their anti-missile defenses are very low. So what are you going to do when the war continues? They're already in a back order for Patriot missiles. They're in a back order for all these weaponry. They said that Russia can make 1,000 drones a day. They're able to sit back and make these Oreshnik missiles that are just one step away from nuclear bombs on. They're making multiple Oreshniks by the month. What am I trying to say? We don't have the weapon capability to manufacture fast enough to catch up. So if the United States and Europe can't make enough weapons to catch up, and Russia keeps moving forward, then what is the United States' only option to use? You got to go nuclear in order to catch up, or Russia's going to keep going, and you can't stop them.
Russia's not even using their new stuff. They're using their
old. Of course, they sit on their old shit.
The Cold War.
That's Cold War tanks, Cold War. They're not even really They just started playing with their new trinkets, the Oreshniks and all these other bombs. They're just tinkering with that. And they've introduced this drone warfare that's just completely wiping these guys out.
That Iran is providing.
But they say, listen, Iran provided it early. Now they have their own manufacturing plants. Initially, Iran was sending it to them. But now they've got the prototypes, and they're making it on their own in their own country. So now that's why I said they're making 1,000. They're making 7,000 drones a week. 1,000 a day and 7,000 a week. 7,000 a week. So, and they're sitting back here. 2 days ago, they hit Ukraine with 400 drones. That was only half of one day's work.
That was light work.
That's light shit. If they want to get you, they can touch you all day. They can hit you day in and day out, every day, and they still be ahead.
So you got,
what am I trying to say?
You got $1 million ballistic missile trying to blow down $1,000 drone.
And what they do is they've learned how to use these drones to psych out the sensors of these Patriot missiles. So you can shoot one, but the one right behind is going to come in and blow up that Patriot missile. So what's happening is the United States doesn't have time to remake a different type of weapon. You just got to go with what you got and hope that within a year or two, you can start catching up on your Patriots. But it takes so long to make one Patriot battery. It takes a long time to do. It takes a year or two to make one. It takes a long time to make these weapons. So by the time they start manufacturing and ramping it up a little bit, they don't have enough volume to keep it up. So what are you going to have to do if Russia presses on? Or if China gets involved? With their Russia and China's manufacturing capability, we dwarf that. We're nothing in comparison to their manufacturing capability. So what's going to happen is they're going to have to do something more extreme. And this is when nuclear fallout is real closer to nuclear fallout than you think. Because there's less choice. What else can they do?
They could have opted for peace agreements.
No. But listen, the devil don't opt for peace.
Yeah.
Listen, the devil goes forward. Well, listen, that's why America's called the beast. The beast ain't backing up for nobody. The beast the beast keeps putting pressure, and this is why what the beast wants to do is put pressure on Russia, so that Russia makes a sloppy mistake, gets out of pocket, bombs the U.S., bombs this, bombs that. All Russia did, they call it a war of attrition. It's a slow grind out war. Because what Russia understood is we can make weapons at a faster pace than y'all. So we're going to run through and grind through all of your weapons. Everybody's saying, how come the Russians aren't just, if they should just take out the country like we do? Well, that's not smart. Let's grind you down day in and day out. We got waves of military coming in. They rotate them every 3 months. They rotate fresh soldiers every 3 months. Everybody's good. They keep and all the weapons that Ukraine is using. They've burnt out all of UK's reserves, all of Germany's reserves, all of France's reserves, and all the United States reserves. And they keep coming, and now they're covering ground faster than they had in the past. And before you know it, they're going to be in Kiev. And then what they're going to have to do once they're in Kiev, then France is coming in, then Germany's coming in, and then things escalate. But they still don't have the weaponry to keep up with what Russia is manufacturing.
Yep.
It's still that. So if you can't keep up, you have to go more extreme to counteract.
But you can't win that either because Russia has more nukes than we do.
But you know what the problem is? But this is the thing. The beast ain't giving this up.
Right.
The beast is not giving his position up.
Right.
So he'll rather blow it up than concede.
You know,
That's just like Russia. Russia said, listen, there is no war without Russia. What does that mean? There's no war without Russia? We're blowing all this shit up then. If you want to try to take Russia out, we're going to blow it all up. This is the extremes those are the last plays either of these countries got. It ain't going to happen tomorrow. But eventually, you can't outproduce your enemy. They've been trying to do all kind of sneak attacks, espionage, this. It's not working.
Cyber attacks.
We're going to blow up bridges. We're going to sit back and try to kill government officials. They do all that. It's not working. We're with a curse in Russia. It's not working. Now they're all gone. Now their best battalion guys went to Kursk. Now they lost that battalion. They're running out they've ran out of all their top end military. This is well, people don't know, this is Ukraine's third or fourth military that they've produced. Their fourth military? Are you kidding me? Their fourth line of defense? And there's no more men to pull from. The next move is Europe is coming in to Western Ukraine to keep it going.
Yep.
Now the question is, do before Russia gets to Kiev or after Russia gets to Kiev? That's the question. But that's the next phase of the escalation. So, going back to the point was what? Esau trusts in their weapons and their boldness, meaning that constant mindset of applying pressure and wave after wave after wave after wave of military presence and their military innovation. That's what they have their trust in. And we will never win that battle. We will never have the scientists and the technology to defeat Esau. We didn't have it back then, and we don't have it now. But we don't need that. We have the Creator. And these are going to be the questions or the statements that we have to tell each other when things ramp up. Where is our confidence? Where should our confidence be at? So read that verse.
2 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 18. For they, said he, trust in their weapons and boldness.
Mm-hmm.
But our confidence is in the almighty power, who at a beck can cast down both them that come against us and also all the world.
So he says the Most High at his beckoning call can cast down both them that come down against us and also the whole world. Because what do you think the Most High is going to do when these two superpowers come at each other? He says that a beckoning call is going to come down and knock both of these guys out the water and defend us. This is how the end's going to be. We're going to be saved to get sent to the wilderness while these guys sit back and establish a mutual destruction amongst each other. This is literally 2nd Ezra chapter 15 and 16. But let's continue. But this is what Judas is explaining about their present condition. It doesn't matter how many soldiers they got, how their military is set up. That doesn't matter. The Most High can wipe them out whenever he feels like it. Read on.
Moreover, he recounted unto them what helps their forefathers.
Hold on 1 second. Hold this verse and go to Isaiah. Isaiah chapter 54. Verse 16 through 17. Let me get there. Isaiah 54, verse 16 through 17.
Isaiah chapter 54 and verse 16. Behold, I have created the smith that bloweth the coals in the fire, and that bringeth forth an instrument for his work. And I have created the waster to destroy.
Listen. People, Esau, for instance, wants to give credit for all of his innovations and his wisdom and his technical expertise.
Yeah.
He forgets the Most High gave that wisdom to him.
Yep.
Most High gave him that wisdom to make these Oreshniks and these nuclear bombs and all this military capacity from their submarines. They put nuclear bombs on submarines and all his technological expertise all around the world. He gave them that. He gave them that with the intent to destroy. But the funny thing is he gave them that as to justify why he's going to come wipe them out. He gave it to you so you can destroy, so that you'll be permanently judged for your wicked empire. So when he wipes them out, there's no excuse as to why he's going to wipe out this nation.
Yep.
God, read on.
No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper.
But he still said, with all that being said, with all his innovations that were used to destroy, nothing that he's put together to give to this man is going to destroy and wipe us off the map. We get corrected and measured.
Yeah.
But nothing that he's going to have is going to completely take us off the face of the earth. He's going to save us regardless. Read on.
And every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment, thou shalt condemn.
Mm-hmm.
This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord.
He says, every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment, thou shalt condemn. The Most High is saying, any nation and people that are planning our destruction, he is going to condemn. This is why the Most High is stinging Nicanor and Lysias and Antiochus, because they're planning our destruction. Any nation that has a zero-sum game to wipe us off the map, the Most High is going to sit back and directly target them. and is going to destroy them. Read on.
This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and their righteousness is of me, saith the Lord.
Our heritage, our birthright, is the fact that Most High is going to defend us and protect us and look after us, despite, as long as we operate with righteousness, despite the plans and the motivations of individuals with superior technology, superior weaponry, superior numbers, superior anything. None of their superiority is going to get in the way of him protecting us and our righteous cause.
No, not at all.
Let that verse go. You got something?
Yeah, Psalms chapter 49, verse 6. Yeah, or 5 through 8.
Psalm chapter 49 and verse 5. Wherefore should I fear in the days of evil?
That's why the question is. That's why it's no need that even though we're in the last days and we can see World War III creeping upon us, it says, "Wherefore shall we what?
Should I fear in the days of evil?"
Yeah. Why should we walk around afraid if we know that the Most High is protecting us and He's our reassurance? Read on.
When the iniquity of my heels shall compass me about.
That means when the wrongdoings and the ill outlooks, the negativity, the ones that stand in opposition to us are all around us. Read on.
They that trust in their wealth.
It says, but these individuals trust in their what?
Wealth.
That's their savior. We don't have a military. We don't have our own money. We don't have our own currency. We don't have our own weapons. Mm-hmm. We don't have our own tanks. We don't have aircraft. We don't have fighter jets.
Anti-aircraft missiles.
Yeah, we don't have satellite systems. We don't own none of that. We don't even have our own cereal. Snoop cereal is not the most healthiest cereal. Eating Snoops and
those Migo chips ain't good.
The Migo chips and the Buffalo flavor
snack wraps, rap snacks.
Rap snack, Migo chips and Snoop cereal is not sufficient to feed the nation. We don't even
there's no nutritional value.
No nutritional value in the Snoop Flakes or whatever they are, like Snoop Loops or whatever.
That's horrible.
So,
Snoop Loops.
I don't know what the name.
Snoop Loops. That's a good one if they did. Snoop Loops and Rap Snacks. Those are bad.
We don't even have control of our own food, man. But we don't have no power. But they do. But they trust in what?
They that trust in their wealth and boast themselves in the multitude of their riches.
Yeah, because their power and what they believe in is that, you know what? We have money, we have power. We can control things. Read on.
None of them can by any means redeem his brother.
It says, but when the Most High is involved, their money is nullified. The Most High offsets the theater of war, even for those that feel like they have the advantage, to where he makes it a level playing field for us, even though we don't have the finances, even though we don't have the riches, even though we don't have the weapons. The Most High balances out the playing field and levels it out so that we can function and survive. Read on.
Nor give to the Most High a ransom for him.
And they can't. And when the Most High decides to inject himself in the war, he said they can't give the Most High a ransom to stop whatever punishment or plague that he has coming upon them. He said they can't buy the Most High out. Read on.
For the redemption of their soul.
It says because the redeeming of our soul is what?
Is precious.
What does the Most High care about in the middle of a battle?
Our soul.
Is the redeeming of what?
Our soul.
That's what's precious to the Most High. Is that we be saved. So regardless of what the enemy is standing in, how they're standing in opposition to us, the Most High cares about our redemption. And for that reason, there's no reason for us to walk around afraid, even in the last days where this World War III is already in motion. And we can let that go and go back to...
We just finished verse 18 in 2 Maccabees 8. Let's go real quick to Josephus, book 12, chapter 7, paragraph 3. Adam, you got this? You got the Josephus on you?
You said book 12?
Book 12, chapter 7, paragraph 3.
King Antiochus returned out of Egypt.
No. Book 7, book 12, chapter 7, paragraph 3. So it's upon this Lysias chose Ptolemy.
Chapter 7, paragraph.
Yes, what did I say? Yeah, it was 7 and 3. Maybe I said something else.
You said 12:7-3.
That's it.
And where does it start?
Upon this Lysias chose Ptolemy, the son of Dormenius. There's another one right here for you.
Upon this, Lysias chose Ptolemy, the son of
Dormenius.
Dormenius, and Nicanor, and Georgius.
Yeah, Gorgias.
Very potent men among the king's friends, and delivered to them 40,000 foot soldiers and 7,000 horsemen.
So now this one goes into 47,000 military guys, and then and the first Maccabees gives you 50-something thousand. So the numbers,
and then it says 60 also.
yeah. So the numbers, listen, the numbers
Minimum is 55.
So there might be a little 27 here. 55, 35, 25. Yeah. Oh my! There's so many people here.
Well,
There's a lot of people.
At least a minimum is 47. Okay. So or on average you could say 50.
It's a lot of thousands.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's keep going.
And sent them against Judea, who came as far as the city Emmaus.
So this first battle that these people in this war, which is Gorgias, Nicanor, Judas and his 6,000 men, it was at Emmaus. And that was near Judea. But let's keep going.
And pitched their camp in the plain country. There came also to them auxiliaries out of Syria.
So that they pitched their camp, these 1,000 men, pitched their camp in the flatlands. Okay? That's the plains. Read on.
In the country round about, as also many of the runagate Jews. And besides these...
Read that part again. It says, there came also to them auxiliaries.
Okay. And there came also to them auxiliaries out of Syria in the country round about, as also many of the runagate Jews.
Renegade Jews are rebellious Jews, rebel Jews that we're going to read help snitch out where Judas and his men were hiding in the mountain areas.
Sellouts.
So you had sellouts that were scouts or sellouts because they were Native American scouts did the same thing. You had scouts, you had sellouts that knew who we were and sat back, acted like they was part of the crew, and then went back to the white man and told on him about it. Okay, so let's keep going.
And besides these came some merchants to buy those that should be carried captives.
So what they end up doing is on top of the sellout Jews and other outside sporadic haters of the Jews that went to join the war for Nicanor and Gorgias, you had your merchants and your people that capitalized off selling human beings and slave trading. They came down here to get a piece of the pie too. Because after the war is over, they're going to go through all these cities and collect these people and sell them on the open market. Okay? So everybody's here at this plain area waiting to see what happens.
Yep.
The merchants are coming out here to see how this war goes and to kind of scope out who they want to buy, who they want to take back to their country to make a profit off.
Yeah, they already got their slave value sheet.
Yeah, the same value sheet.
Yeah, babies are worth
how many children I need, how many young daughters, young men, older men,
working age men.
Exactly.
I can get 200 shekels for him.
Yep. They're breaking out their mind how many people they need and what they can go to get profit off of. So that businessmen were coming too.
That means that they had already made the assumption that they were going to be victorious.
Well, Nicanor earlier in chapter 8 said, listen, he called the merchants to come down here. He said, come down here because after we whip up on these guys, we're going to charge a talent for 40 people. 40 people, it's a talent. So come get them. Because we got to pay off these Roman debt. We're going to use these slaves to pay off Roman debt. So they already set this up. Read on.
And besides these came some merchants to buy those that should be carried captives, having bonds with them to bind those that should be made prisoners, with that silver and gold which they were to pay for their price.
And to eventually pay the Romans. Read on.
And when Judas saw their camp and how numerous their enemies were, he he persuaded his own soldiers to be of good courage.
Can you imagine looking down and you see 50,000 people down there,
Yeah.
all in camps, ready to come at you, and you got to give some confidence? You better come with some spirit. You better sit back here and give some scriptures. You better do something.
You got to use the most inspirational quotes you can come up with.
But you got to believe it. You got to believe what you're about to say. You can't be capping out here. You got to know and believe what you're about to say, because they got to believe you. They got to believe you.
You know, when you read First Maccabees 3, Judas's words were strong.
Yeah.
They were very convincing.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. And you know the truth is, you got to believe in what you're saying, because these numbers are real. So let's keep going.
And when Judah saw their camp and how numerous their enemies were, he persuaded his own soldiers to be of good courage, and exhorted them to place their hopes of victory in the Most High, and to make supplication to him, according to the custom of their country, clothed in sackcloth, and how to show what was their usual habit of supplication in the greatest danger.
So what he's saying is, when your back is against the wall, going through that normal process of connecting back to the Most High is essential. Wearing sackcloth is an example of humility. You're going to show the Most High humility. I'm sitting back here, I'm coming to you in all humility and fear, asking that the Most High looks after me. So there's a level of humility and honesty that you have to present yourself to when you're dealing with the Most High before a battle of this magnitude. But let's continue.
And thereby to prevail with and therefore to prevail with Yahweh, to grant you the victory over your enemies. So he set them in their ancient order of battle, used by their forefathers, under their captains of thousands and other officers, and dismissed such as were newly married, as well as those that had newly gained possessions.
This is just that's why we went into Deuteronomy chapter 20.
Mm-hmm.
Because before he went to war, he went through all the spiritual ceremonies and preparations that Moses went through, that the priests went through, putting on the sackcloth, removing the fearful, getting everybody that was disconnected to the spirit, get them out. So everything we do, the Most High is going to acknowledge it, see the strength, and bless us. This is how we have to operate in every endeavor that we go through. Before we go to war, before we go to a battle, we got to make sure the men that we're going to battle with are in the right mindset, and there is solidarity and clarity with the intention of what we're doing. Then we can trust the Most High is going to be there for us. So he's doing the same thing that his forefathers did, and that's how you have to do things to get the Father's attention. So instead of him worrying about numbers and strategies, he's worried about technical approaches or spiritual approaches that his forefathers did to get the Most High's attention. Last week we talked about how since we didn't have Jerusalem in our hands, he went to Bethel. And Bethel was that place where we went to get answers and solutions from the Most High. So Judas is just tracing the steps of all of his ancient forefathers to make sure the Most High defends him and defends this endeavor. So let's continue.
You know, in that you have to draw from something.
Yeah.
When you're in a sit, when your back's against the wall,
Yeah.
you got to draw from what your previous forefathers have laid down as instruments of victory. You know, just on this point, Isaiah chapter 40, 29.
Isaiah 40, 29. That's all? Is that verse?
29 through 31. You got it, that one?
Yes, sir. Isaiah chapter 40 and verse 29. He giveth power to the faint.
So even when you're outnumbered, you got to know that the Most High don't deal with numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I know you've done a class before about how the Most High doesn't necessarily deal with battles with who's got the greater numbers, who's got the greater military. You did a whole class about that. The Most High is not regarding numbers to count victories. So he says, the Most High giveth power to what?
He giveth power to the faint.
Read.
And to them that have no might.
He says that don't seem like they got it, that who can't win. So even when the odds are against you, the Most High is with you when the odds are against you. Read on.
He increaseth strength.
If you believe in what those officers are telling you, and if you believe in what those priests are telling you, and if you believe in what your leaders are telling you, He says he'll give you strength, but on the inside. Read.
Even the youths shall faint and be weary.
It says because even young men, expecting young men, because they got energy, they got stamina, they got endurance. He said even they get weak. Read on.
And the young men shall utterly fall.
Read on.
But they that wait upon the Lord.
It says, but the victory stands upon those who wait on what?
On the Lord.
Those that wait on the Lord. Read on.
Shall renew their strength.
That's what's going to build you up. It's not the numbers. It's not the fact we got young men, we got stamina, we got endurance, we got young vitality, on our side. It's the ones whose whole confidence is in the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
My entire confidence is in the Most High. Those are the ones that get the victory, regardless of the numbers of the situation. Read on.
They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary. And they shall walk and not faint.
And not faint. So the strength comes from waiting on the Most High. And so what he's trying to convince Judas, the job he has to do, is to convince his few thousand men that the Most High is going to give us assistance if we do all those things that our forefathers have done. We align ourselves and arrange ourselves in a position going to war with the same mentality. If we do these things that was already laid down, the Most High will intercede and inject himself on our behalf. And the Most High will strengthen us. And that's a hard task to do when you can't help but see 50,000 men against you. And you got a handful of men. So you got to build them up on the interior. You got to build them up on the inside. You can let that go.
Okay? And this is what Judas is doing to perfection, or as best as he can do. So now let's get the continuing in the Josephus.
Those old ways matter too, though.
But that's what we're saying. The old ways matter. And it's not the old ways, it's the ways that work.
Work.
It's the ways that work. And this is why we went into last week about going to Bethel, going to all the locations that we came together to get answers and solutions. Bethel was the place before Jerusalem was a thing. Bethel was the place we came to. So Judas like, okay, we can't go to Jerusalem to sit back here and seek counsel. So let's go to Bethel to seek counsel, because that was the last place that Israel went to during the time of Samuel when we were trying to find about a king. When we sat back here and was worried about the Philistines killing us, Bethel was the location.
It says the things written aforetime was written for
And
our
that's
learning.
the point. Even when Jacob and Laban were arguing and they sat back and came to an agreement, was at Bethel. All this historical retracing the steps of the historical our forefathers and their imprint is how you start getting the Most High connected. These are all facts. So now let's continue.
Book 12, chapter 7, 301. So he set them in their ancient order of battle used by their forefathers, under their captains of thousands and other officers, and dismissed such as were newly married, as well as those that had newly gained possessions, that they may not fight in a cowardly manner, out of an inordinate love of life.
He says a lot of us operate in this life and we can't tap into our potency fighting our battles because we have an inordinate love of life. Meaning our desire to get what we want in this world gets in the way of our spiritual achievements.
Or we say, I got too much to lose.
That's the point. My desire for what I want, what I can't lose on this earth, gets in the way of how potent we can be spiritually. And that is when life becomes inordinate. Because there should nothing get in the way in our life of our relationship with the Most High and the potency we're supposed to have in pursuing Him. And what the Most High does is He presents two things to us in our life. He presents the opportunity to be comfortable in our life with the things that we want in the flesh, or He gives us the pursuit and the opportunity to pursue fighting and breaking the things inside of you, which gets you closer to Him. Then He allows you to decide which path you want to take. Are you going to take that inordinate life path, the path in your life that brings about comfort to you, or are you going to choose the other path that is uncomfortable, but it develops your spirit? And in taking that path, you risk losing the things that you love in your heart, in the flesh and the world. That's how the Most High really sees where you're at. And he says these people that have fear, these people that aren't willing to fight their battle, they have an inordinate love of life, meaning they're afraid to lose.
Yep.
If you're afraid to lose, that means that's in an inordinate spirit in you. Because I'm not going to fight my battle in front of me because I don't want to lose the things I have in my life. He says that's inordinate, and the Most High can't. That's why the Most High says a faint-hearted person the Most High won't defend. He can't. That's in Ecclesiastes chapter 2. He can't defend a person who has an inordinate love of life that where he puts the things he values over what pleases the Most High. He won't bless you.
You can't teach that evil lesson.
He's not going to reward that level of evil. You don't want to give up nothing in the flesh to gain the spirit. That means you don't want the spirit. That means you don't want the spirit. This is why the Most High doesn't give men the ribs they want. Because he wants you to sit back and say, are you doing it for the rib or for the work? This is why the Most High don't give us flesh or blessings in the flesh. Because he's like, listen, are you going to sit back here and do this work because you want to do the work? Or he's doing this work to get something out the deal? Because your desire is inordinate. This is why people go in this truth and they're walking around here sad and they're angry and they're bitter and they're frustrated and they're sad and they're sad and they're angry and they're bitter and they're frustrated because their desire to get what they want in the flesh is inordinate. It's inordinate because what they want in the flesh is greater than their desire to please the Most High in the Spirit. That's why it's inordinate.
Colossians chapter 3 verse 1 and also St. John 12 and 25.
I got St. John 12 and 25, I think. Yep, I got that one.
Oh, okay.
That's coming in a little bit. That's like 2 verses out.
Cool.
So
Colossians chapter 3 verse 1.
This verse 1?
1 and 2.
Colossians chapter 3 and verse 1. If he then be risen with Yahushua.
Because that same mentality is still what it takes to be in Christ also. Whether that mentality is needed to go against your enemies and to overcome your battles when you're outnumbered by thousands of soldiers, or whether
you're outnumbered by lust.
I know.
Oh, there's just so much lust. I don't know what to do.
I can't fight them all. All these women. What's going to happen with all the women? You know.
It's so funny.
So
She must be protected.
Yes, the women's got to be saved. But he's saying that it's the same thing to have a relationship with Christ. You can't be afraid. You can't have that inordinate affection for life, that inordinate love of life. Read on.
If you then be risen with Yahushua,
right? Read on.
Seek those things which are above.
It says your mind has to be on things that are what?
Above.
You can't be so attached to the world or the things in the world to where you're not willing to jeopardize yourself to gain a lesson in the spirit and a relationship with the Most High in the spirit. Read on.
Where Yahushua sitteth on the right hand of the Most High.
Go ahead.
Set your affections.
And the affections are the things you care about, the things you love. You can't have such an attachment to things in the world. And we learn this from what we read in the old-fashioned way of war. Men that were weeded out of the war were men that their affection was too much on their new wife or their new house or their new land. Man, your mind is too occupied to be a good soldier. You're going to come in here with this distraction. You can't even fight right because you're too afraid about what you're going to lose if you get cut or if you lose an arm. She ain't gonna love you no more.
Your heart's not here.
I come back with no arms. She ain't holding no baby arm. I can't have no baby arm. I can't hug her no more. I can't hug her no more. I ain't got no arms. I got my arms blown off.
Yeah.
She ain't gonna love me the same. So you so worried about that, you're not gonna fight right. So that cut. Yeah. She ain't gonna love me no more. So we tripping because that all these things are the distractions to where our mind should be in the midst of a battle.
Because what he's saying, when he says an inordinate love of life, what he's saying is that our priorities are inordinate.
Yeah.
The things that we value are inordinate. What we love are more carnal things than our desire to please the Most High. In an inordinate love of life is explained in a practical term. Our list of priorities, the things that make us happy in this life, are all distorted.
Yes.
The only thing that the number one focus in love should be about pleasing the Heavenly Father. Then the brotherhood, then the wife and the children and all those other things behind that. That is an ordinate love of life. But it becomes distorted and inordinate when all your priorities start getting switched up.
Yep.
And you can't move with the same confidence and strength if certain things aren't going the way you want it.
And this is why Paul said, remember the ordinances as have I delivered them unto you.
Yes.
He said the head of every man is Christ.
Mm-hmm.
And the head of Christ is the Most High. And the head of every woman is a man. What he's saying is, man, don't forget this order of operation, that order of importance. Because this is the order of how things should be, of how you should categorize what's the most important, second most important, third most important.
Yeah.
But our list of importances are, man, it's all out of whack. I got to get my money, got to get my relationship,
got to be happy.
my relationship got to get right, my crib, I got to get my crib right. Man, I got to get my transportation, I got to get my schooling, man, all that stuff is out of order.
Look, I say one thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'll serve the Most High once I get my house.
Listen.
Yeah.
These ultimate pursuits that you're speaking of, they're all based on me coming up.
Yeah, that's why the priorities are all messed up.
Because
Yeah.
all those other distractions, they all have one relationship. They all have one main intention. Me winning. Me coming up.
Yeah.
Me.
Yeah.
I feel. I can't.
My house.
Yeah.
My land.
Yeah.
My woman. It still pertains to me. It's a me first mentality.
Yeah. And I think there's a fear of
losing out.
If I'm in this situation, then I won't get this. I won't win.
I
won't win.
Yeah.
So that means
and then I can't really go all out for the Most High because I think the Most High would have me give all my energy, all my spirit, but I won't have enough for me.
Well, this is why Christ said, if one rejoice, we all rejoice. Or if one suffer, we all suffer. Because not everybody's
that's the problem. We don't read the Bible.
Out of this me first mentality, I got to train myself as we're unified. If I don't make it out, nobody's going to make it out. If I don't come home, nobody's coming home.
If I don't fight for the nation, my family's going to be put in slavery too. How about that? Yeah. Everybody's family's going to be put in slavery.
Right.
Or I can sit back and say, let me go and go to Egypt and get out of this hell. And I'll protect my family. That's the thinking. Everything y'all saying is 1,000% right.
Someone has to live.
Yeah, somebody got to tell. or somebody got to tell the story.
Tell the story.
Yeah.
You ever seen the guy in 300, the guy with the one eye at?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to tell the story of Unitas, of the guy. He was the great 300 leader, the Spartan leader. Listen, bro, that's not the case.
And as far as the sword, down with the sword, when someone's coming to your house and they keep the door down and they have your wife and children, this is so you know.
No. Let him. He says the sword is the Bible.
Oh, 100%.
That's what makes sure. Yeah.
I've been with people lately.
I know. Listen, they got to give him a chance to finish.
No, this is 100% right.
That's why I want to make sure you slow down. Yes, all facts.
But when people are, Israel doesn't think about is the worst case scenario in the righteous form. We think about the worst case scenario in the flesh form. The worst case scenario in the righteous form is if all this falls apart, my neighbors, the people I care about, my family, my children, our legacy is done. That's how we thought when the camp was about to collapse 1,000 times. Yeah. Thought about, listen, I was here for 10 years just to go back to go work in structure or something like that.
Yeah. Structure isn't even around.
I'm gonna go work in structure. I'm gonna be
structure. That's so crazy. Structure was like mid to late 90s, bro. That's like mid 90s. Structure is mid 90s.
For people that don't know, structure became express clothing.
I'm gonna sit here and wear trousers and tight button-up shirts. And I used to do this.
It's like,
I used to do
what's up, bro? Come check out these shirts, bro.
It didn't work out, but we have a sale. We have a sale going on. I threw all my life away to not serve the Most High.
Good structure. Man.
I might as well go. I might as well die my sword out. I might as well go all out. I remember we was out years ago.
I'll be real quick.
We was selling raffle tickets, and if we didn't finish on the raffle tickets, we didn't have a school. Remember that time, Bruno?
Yeah.
And the brothers that knew what they were doing in the mall, you better be in the mall productive, so everybody can eat. But they didn't know what the hell they was doing in the mall. You better be on the streets hitting $2 licks. And I remember right before we were done with the job, the Spirit told me, "Hey man, if you gotta go at McDonald's at the drive-thru to give her these tickets out, then you gotta do it." And the Spirit told me to jump over out, and then people would pull up to order some French fries and hamburger. And right there, "Hey man, check it out." Check this out. We got a school, man.
Yeah.
we
had $2. We had $2 raffle tickets.
$2 raffle tickets. You get a vacation. You get a TV.
A 4-head VCR.
4-head VCR.
All expense paid trip for 2.
All expense paid trip for 2. Right? You get all this.
And a 32-inch television, color television.
When it mattered. Yeah. And so we're gonna sit here because listen, you might as well expend yourself.
I found one of the raffle tickets too.
You found one?
I found one.
I
might bring it.
I didn't see that.
I had one.
But you might as well dispose yourself and eat the embarrassment because you won't have a school to go to. You might as well stand in McDonald's and be embarrassed and get clowned in front of people. What the hell are you doing over here? You might as well take it to that level if you're not going to have a school to go to so your children or your friends or your family can have a temple to go to.
Right. You
But
might as well go all out, what you said.
But you're not going to go all out if you have this checks and balances, if you have the plan B and the plan C and the plan D. When you have multiple plans, why sit here and take it to that level of discomfort or embarrassment? Why dispose yourself?
Yeah, exactly.
Why inconvenience myself if I have a plan B? Esau knows that when they go to war. Esau, the Spaniards went to Mexico. I'll give you a better example. Esau went to Mexico, and they said we're going to conquer these Africans, these mines. And what the dude did was he burned all the ships. He burned the ships.
The conquistador did.
The conquistador.
We're not going back.
They said, listen, we're here now. We have to conquer these people. They looked over, and all the ships were burned.
There's no plan B.
Listen, the option's always there. Listen, man, if these Issachars get a little too crazy, I'm getting back in the ship. I'm going back to Spain.
Yeah.
But when you look back in the ship that you got to go home is burnt, you have to conquer. You have to kill your plan B, C, and D in order to win spiritually or in order to get the victory.
Okay.
The same thing in Christ.
Good.
Christ got to be your only pursuit.
He's the only, and you know what that means? Whether I gain or I lose, it doesn't matter. Remember when Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and they told Nebuchadnezzar, they said, listen, we know the Most High can deliver us from this fire.
Yeah.
But in case he chooses not to do it, I'm still not going to break the law and serve you like you're an idol.
Exactly.
I will follow you and do your instruction, but I'm not going to bow down to you as an idol.
I'm not going to do
So
that.
either I'm going to sit back here and the Most High is going to save me, or I'm going to die. And it doesn't matter. Whatever happens, I'm going to serve the Most High and do that which is right.
Okay.
That posture is what he's looking for. But for us, our love and our servitude is conditional. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego's servitude was unconditional. Whether I'm winning or whether I'm losing, I'm doing this. This is what Judas is trying to get Israel to overcome when they fight these Greeks.
I'm going to make one more statement.
Whether we win or lose, we're going all out for the Most High. And I can't think of what happens if this doesn't work out.
Yep.
This is all I got in front of me.
But that's that do or die mindset. Now, another example, for those that are a little older, you had Apollo Creed out. And he was about fighting this Russian.
Mm-hmm.
And Rocky was like, man, you don't need to do that. You already won. You already did. You had to do your legend. And he told him, there is no tomorrow. He said, there is no tomorrow.
But there was a tomorrow.
And we laughed about that.
There was tomorrow. There was the day afterwards.
But
it was the 90s.
But he was like, listen, there's no tomorrow. Sometimes, instead of fighting, we have this procrastination spirit.
Okay.
Let me just put it off down the line, and I'll get back to it, and maybe things will get better. When the Most High requires us to fight right now. Because the Spirit will tell you when it's time to fight also.
Yeah. If you're tuned in, or the flesh tell you why it's not good to fight.
Yeah.
But also, like I said earlier, most of these men who quit had been building up reasons to quit this entire time.
Yeah.
And if you're quitting, if you have a habit of quitting, leading up to the point where you need to fight and stand up, you ain't going to have it in you to fight and stand up.
That's the training pattern.
That's the point. That's why certain people, it's not like they were meant for glory. They just kept making decisions based upon integrity. And all those decisions based on integrity led them to greater challenges to test their integrity. But if I'm living my life and I choose cowardice and fear, you're going to keep sitting back here and building a life based upon cowardice and fear. So what type of pattern of life do you want to choose? You want to choose a pattern of life that has you constantly excelling upward or decelerating and going downward based upon fear and doubt defining you?
You know, the lie is, you know, let me get myself situated, and then I'll serve the Lord.
Then I'll move forward.
I'll serve the Lord with my whole heart.
I'll be there.
Let me get situated first. Let me get on my feet.
Yeah.
But the scriptures say if you're unfaithful in few, you will be unfaithful in much. So it doesn't matter if you get situated, stable or not. You're still not going to give and sacrifice when the time requires.
I need a little more.
The stability comes from your dedication and your integrity. That's where the stability comes from. People think they can back away and get organized. Yeah. You get more disorganized.
Yes,
that pursuit of getting organized pulls you into more disorganization.
Yeah, more.
Because the idea is I can control. Once I control my environment, then I can serve you.
I can fight.
But the Most High never allows you to control your spiritual environment, and that pursuit of control leads you away from the heavenly Father.
And that's when the word gets choked out of that seed, like in Matthew chapter 13. You know, the word is choked out of you at the time. Yep. It's no longer in you because you got the cares of this world. It's too important. I'm too attached to the cares of this world.
Yes,
it's too much of a distraction to me now. It's not the word is not important.
It's the controlling of those cares of the world. Because when it says the cares of the world choke you out, what is it about? The control, the care of the world. I'm trying to control these things.
Yep.
Either I'm going to control the process of caring for these things that I want to care for and control them and dominate them, or I'm going to serve the Most High and give up my control. Because that's what service to the Lord is.
Yeah.
I pursue serving Christ, and I'm giving up my control and my dominating hand over the things I think I have control over, but I really don't.
And you have to let the path dictate. It's almost like I can't see where this Bible, Christ, sacrifice, life idea is going to take me. But I can logically see where this control the variables and put myself in position day by day, little by little, situation by situation. I can see where that path's going to get me. But that's the path of deceit. Because watching people's lives over the years, the people that threw it away, quote unquote, they have more of a stability than the men that don't throw it away. That's the funny part. When you go on this path that you can't understand, that you can't really see, that you live on the seat of your pants, you have to walk by faith and not by sight. The Most High rewards you with stability over time.
On the back end.
On the back, if your real goal is stability, the actual path of stability is the path of challenge.
Or the path of giving up control.
The path of giving up control really is every man that took that step, every man that actually did it for a period like at least 5 years will tell you, yeah, man, you get a better outcome. But the men that choose the deceitful path, where you get the comfort up front, the least resistance path, or the path of just things I can control things. In the end, the Most High just keeps creating these situations you can't control, so you don't get the reward.
Or to be specific, you might have the prize, but at the consequence of compromising your integrity. There's a price to every path you get.
There's always a trade-off.
If you fight to control the thing that you love most, I'm not saying you're going to lose it, but what do you have to spiritually compromise to keep it? Now, in the process of serving the Most High, you're going to be strengthened in faith, and your integrity is going to increase, but you're going to lose the idea that you control anything. And you're putting everything in the Most High's hands. You might keep the thing that you want the most, or you might lose it. Either way, you're not going to control it.
And usually what the Most High does, through what we've seen in the past, is that when Israel wants for the satisfaction of lust, and they want to eat meat, and they want to eat quail, they despise the manna that the Most High gives them, that He provides. Then He lets you eat the quail and the meat till you're sick.
Yes.
So He'll give you what you really want until you're so sick of it, so you're really not able to enjoy it either.
Mm-hmm.
So even if I forfeit my experience, knowledge, and training in the truth for the hope of a relationship and a better job,
Mm-hmm.
then that job becomes a thorn in my side. That relationship becomes a thorn in my side because He never lets me walk away with the prize when I forfeited Him.
It's a snare.
It's a snare.
It's a snare because of what you're compromising
Right.
to keep it. You have to lose in the spirit to gain in the flesh, and you're going to lose in the flesh to gain in the spirit.
I have to be a
That's
slave
always the
to
process.
the flesh.
Or you're a slave to the spirit.
Because you're gonna be a slave to something.
And this is why it says you can't serve two masters.
Yeah.
You're either going to serve the Lord or you're going to serve Mammon. In
Mm-hmm.
the pursuit of compromising to get the Mammon. What life are you choosing? He's like, you're not going to play this middle ground and play the lukewarm path. He said, I'm going to spit you out if you play the lukewarm path.
And that's the guys that sold their property.
Yeah.
And they waited for, hopefully I can make a deal or I can escape or something.
Yeah.
I can get an exit opportunity.
Because that's what
That's
they're trying to buy themselves out of captivity.
Yeah, I got the bread, so I can give you what you need if I can give what I need. And I got more for you, I promise. I got more in the back end. Just let me have my life.
Huh.
And the guys that said, I'm going to fight these mountains and the hell with it, were all in. But the Most High awarded that mindset. He awarded that mindset.
But you know what Judas kept saying? He never said that you're not going to die. He never guaranteed that you weren't going to die. He said, you got to sit back and make this sacrifice for the Lord, and He'll defend you.
Yeah.
Now, if you die, then you'll die. But you will die for the Lord.
But you would die either way.
That's
the point. Because people say, what if I die? What if I lose? What if I... Listen, you can do everything right, and she still walk out the door.
the point.
That happens a lot.
All the time.
I did everything right, bro. I was there.
I changed.
I did this. I did everything. Man, brother, I don't know why she walked away. Because that spirit was not the Lord.
And maybe she was going to leave anyway.
How about that?
How about that's what was meant to be? She was meant to leave.
Yeah.
And you sat back here and got pulled out and was a sucker because you was afraid to lose.
She was a sandcastle. He was looking up and she's going to get up, wake up
I
in the
never heard
morning.
of that. A woman being a
It's a sandcastle.
I mean, the sandcastles are close to the water?
Yeah, the sandcastle,
Okay.
you build it up, you do everything in your power to build it up, and you make it dope, and then you look up and the ocean is kiss.
When Ty comes
It's
in,
like, I came out, I give my life to build a sandcastle. It's gone. No matter what you do, the natural factors around you are going to pull it away. If that's the fate.
Because the intention was wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Most High have you building a rock.
And this
Or
is why,
like
and
you
this is
said,
why-
the inordinate affection, inordinate love of life.
and
it was
it goes
inordinate.
back to the inordinate love of life. You don't know what the Most High gives you if it's of Christ or not.
That's the scary
You don't
part.
know what blessing. You don't know a blessing that comes to you is a blessing or a curse.
Yeah.
The only way you know is if you try the Spirit by the Spirit. And if you try to measure it up to your commitments.
You'll know if it's a blessing or curse based on how much weight does it carry when it comes to you serving the Lord.
That's what I'm trying to say. You got to test the Spirit by the Spirit.
Yeah.
You got to test the blessing by committing that blessing to the work that you've committed your life to. But once you commit your life to this work, and that spirit that you call your wife or your baby girl, or the woman that you're into, or the person that you're into, if it's going against your path to serve the Most High, then the Spirit's telling you that spirit ain't worth putting your time into.
Yeah, that's the elders just having a problem with me. Yeah.
There
Let's stop right there.
yeah,
I don't want to hear that.
Y'all
Y'all don't want me to be happy. Y'all don't want me to live my life. Y'all wish y'all got to do
If
it.
I'm
Y'all
not
can do
mistaken, that's what Zimri told Moses. You're taking away my happiness, Moses.
Listen,
Yeah.
You're taking away the thing that makes me happy the most.
I got desire. At least I'll die in the pursuit of my happiness.
Or
That's what
could I
Zimri
at least have what you have?
Exactly.
Bro.
Well,
but the fun is,
I can't have nothing.
but the fun is, you don't realize that what the other person got, he got it because he put the Most High first.
But nobody counts that because you can't see 20 years, 15 years, 10 years back. You look at like the past 3 years. You can't compute it. The timing. Most of what you see.
And you don't listen
Yeah.
to the counsel. You don't listen to how it got done. that answer blows off your mind, and you look for how it fits you.
Because the counsel says everything you don't want to do. That's what all the counsels are. All the counsels are what you don't want to do. Oh yeah, okay. You want to live your life? You want to be okay? Okay, walk 5 miles a day for no reason in the hot ass sun in Texas.
Up hills,
and you'll be okay.
You'll be okay.
Listen, but I
That doesn't make sense. That's not wisdom. That's not wisdom,
I
though.
gotta lose an hour and a half of my life. Listen,
Hour 45
an hour and a half
minutes. Hour
matters.
45 minutes in a hurried pace.
But how about this? An hour and 45 minutes of your life in Israelite life is like 4 hours in the carnal life. Every hour in the Israelite life is like worth 2 hours in the carnal life. So that's a little measurement. I gotta
Really, 2.5.
I gotta give 2 hours of my life. That's my time. What do I was walking in the night? I gotta go home and go to sleep and go back to inspection.
What you're saying is time is limited.
Time is limited. I can't make this sacrifice. I have no time. We get a counsel and we look at how much the counsel cost us versus how much it costs us in the spirit. We don't have a good computation when it comes to risk analysis when it comes to spirit. We have a carnal risk analysis talent. We don't have a spiritual risk analysis talent. We don't do that.
This segment of class was not scripted. This was just experience and information. And this is a little slight, it's not even a slight deviation, it's just a little more clarity about that inordinate love of life, because that really has to be emphasized.
That's the demon.
That is a major demon that we come across in our life.
This is why we don't change.
I know.
That's why we don't take risks for the Lord.
Yeah.
Or this is why we don't have a relationship with Heavenly Father. We think we have a relationship with Heavenly Father, but we don't really know the Heavenly Father, because there's so many things that we want and value that supersedes serving Him. You'll never get to see Him, and you'll never get to know Him, and you'll never get to understand Him. Because there's so many things that matter more to you than the abstinence and the dedication required to get His attention.
Yep.
There's a lot of commitment
A level of obedience.
and the level of obedience. What was that word that Kariah brought in the definition about
Swooning.
that? No. That was the other one after we went into that. It was a level of dedication. It was a
Commitment.
It was commitment, but it was
It
a big word.
was pertinacity.
That was it. It was pertinacity. You don't get to even learn to love the Most High unless everything you do for Him becomes pertinent and the most important thing in your life.
Yeah.
And the only way you can make Him the most important thing is everything you do, every change you make has got to be for Him. And the more you do that over time, He becomes the love of your life. Because even the idea of, like the Scripture says, the law is supposed to be the apple of your eye. Well, how does the law become the apple of your eye? How does serving the Most High become the most important thing in your life?
It's no different than how did that woman become the most important thing in your life?
How did that sport become the most important thing in your life?
It became the most important thing in your life because of the investment that you put into it.
It's the day in and day out. Every day you chose her over yourself. Every day you put her needs over your needs. The more you do it, the more you fall in love, right?
I love this.
Yep, because it's the investment that makes you care.
And so what is investment in layman's terms? The more times you put yourself last over the needs of another person.
Yeah.
That's investment. I put more energy into this person than me.
I lost more.
I lost more and for this person, and now I love it. So how do you get to the Most High and learn to love the Most High? You got to put more into Him than what you get. Then you got to lose more and give the Most High and Christ more, then you love Him more. But we want to love the Most High just by praying and singing songs and eating barbecue on high holidays. And think that's loving the Most High. You're not losing anything for that.
The kingdom of the Most High is not meat and drink.
It's in power. It's in the power to change and put yourself last day by day. And then you start realizing how powerful the Most High. Then you fall in love with the Most High. But you fall in love with the Most High because He keeps being the apple of your eye. The most focused, the most centered thing in your prism. Because the apple of your eye is the pupil.
Yes.
It's the center.
The core.
The core of you. The law in serving the Most High has got to be the core of you. And everything else are just side additions or distractions. But that mindset has to get built over time. And it's based upon investment. Loss. Do I lose every day so that I keep showing Christ that he's my number one priority or not? This is how you get strong. This is how you get closer to him. Or we're just playing Jew. Okay. Let's get to that point. The sentence leading up to inordinate love of life.
You Colossians?
No, in Josephus. Did you have more in Colossians, by the way?
Yeah, he was almost finished.
Let Colossians go. Let's do Colossians.
Verse 2.
Colossians chapter 3 and verse 2. Set your affections on things above, not on things on the earth.
He says, so he's telling you what the priority is. Christ, Paul is already explaining, if you want to make sure you don't have that inordinate love of life, you got to have your affections aligned in the right place. The things you care about got to be in order.
But that's practice every day. Every day you have to practice putting the Most High before yourself. Putting the Most High before your family. Putting the Most High before your children. Every day this has to be a practice. Because as strong as you can build this, you can go backwards by changing up your priorities. Right or wrong.
Yep.
So every day your love builds when you choose your affection to serve the Most High over something else you might want in the flesh. And the more you do it, clean hands maketh a man what? Stronger and stronger. The more you make the proper choice over what you want in the flesh, then the Most High sits back. Now you're getting closer to the Most High. Now you're getting closer to the Most High. But to get the closer you get to the Most High, it's a consuming what?
Fire.
It's a consuming fire. So now, the closer every day you choose the Most High over what you want, then guess what starts to get burnt off? The flesh. And the things that can't accept that they're not the priority.
They become unnecessary.
They become unnecessary, but for the fact that you put them in order correctly, they also make you impenetrable.
Yes.
Wow.
And what I mean by that is, when you have no other affection, then Satan has no ammunition to tempt you with a false affection.
Yeah.
Because that's the only ammunition we give Satan is with false affections.
Yep.
And this is why Christ told Satan in the mountain, he said, thou shalt not thou shalt serve the Lord thy God, and him only. Because no matter what angle Satan was using, turn this bread into stone.
Yep.
Or it's written that, if you jump off this temple, cast yourself down to the ground, the angels shall bear thee up. So there was no ammunition that Satan could use to tempt Christ because his affection wasn't on the earth.
Right.
All the angles he was using was, hey, if you're hungry, just turn the stone into bread. He said, man should not live by bread alone. So he wasn't prone to influence them. If you were the Son of God, he was trying to use doubt. You know what? He told you, get behind me, Satan.
I'll make you a king.
He'll make you a king. To show him all the kingdoms of the world. That was lust.
I'll give you power.
Yeah, I'll give you power if you bow down and serve me.
Yep.
Thou shalt serve the Lord thy God only. You know what I'm saying? So when your affections are lined up in the right place, you're not prone to being pulled by lust.
Yep.
You become impenetrable to Satan's devices. Yep. So it actually becomes a strength when your affections are in the right place, when you don't have this inordinate love of life.
Yep.
Then you're not weak to being pulled to the left.
Done.
Or you get the or you get the turn or time when somebody might tell you, well, you either got to choose them, a Bible, or choose our relationship.
And that's how you know the closer you get to the Most High, he is a consuming fire. He's going to burn off people and influences that don't value the Most High.
They're against it.
And for all the things he's shedding away from you, he's going to bring people who do value the Most High to you. And do you have enough faith in that?
That's true.
Yep. Maybe the Most High is doing you a service because where your heart is going, this person's not going to be following your heart. Can you accept that trade-off?
Take the path for that.
And that's right. And can you accept that? As he's developing you because you say you want the Most High Christ. And if you say you want the Most High Christ, then pursue him. And be okay with the casualties of pursuing him. There are consequences and casualties that come from pursuing the Lord. The casualties is people that don't want to serve the Most High as much as you do get faded off. And people say, I think we're growing apart. That's true.
No,
You're growing close to the Most High, and the other person is staying stagnant. That is a real thing. And can you accept that as a consequence of pursuing the Most High? And for brothers and sisters, this is why taking your time to marry is so important. Because you got to make sure that as you are pursuing the Most High, you choose a mate that is trying to pursue the Most High also.
Males and females.
That's exactly what I'm trying to express. Men and women. It's what the Most High allows, has this process taking longer than you think. Because he's trying to make sure you're serious, and he's trying to also make sure the person that's meant to be with you is also serious. Or what are we doing this for? Okay, let's get back in Josephus now. We just finished Colossians. The sentence that has inordinate love of life in it.
I don't know if it.
This dude so he set them, I mean. Yeah, that's a sentence.
So he set them.
Yeah, so he set them in their ancient order of battle.
So he set them in their ancient order of battle, used by their forefathers, under their captains of thousands and other officers, and dismissed such as were newly married, as well as those that had newly gained possessions, that they may not fight in a cowardly manner, out of an inordinate love of life, in order to enjoy those blessings.
God.
When he had thus disposed his soldiers, he encouraged them fight by the following speech. He encouraged them to fight by the following speech, which he had made to them. O my fellow soldiers, no other time remains more opportune than the present for our courage in contempt of dangers. For if you now fight manfully, you may recover your liberty, which, as it is a thing of itself agreeable to all men. So it proves to be to us much more desirable by its affording us the liberty of worshiping the Most High. Since therefore you are in such circumstances at present, you must either recover that liberty and so regain a happy and blessed way of living, which is that according to our laws and the customs of our country, or to submit to the most appropriate sufferings.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to sit back here and fight for liberty. But even that can be kind of like confusing. What Judas is saying is you got to fight for liberty, but liberty from who? Liberty from Esau, but also service to who?
The Father.
But it's still not liberty in general. It's not our version of liberty. It's not worldly liberty.
Independence.
He's like, you're fighting for liberty from the nations so that you can be a happy servant for God.
Right.
But we don't look at it that way, because as soon as we got quote unquote liberty, we really started pursuing liberty.
Yeah.
Well, we lose liberty according to the flesh.
Yes.
Con.
As an occasion.
As an occasion for the
occasion to but that's the point. We hear liberty, we tell ourselves we're free. Give us free. And I'm like, cool. You're free from Esau, but so that you can be a servant to the Most High again. The Most High sends us to be servants to Esau because we didn't want to serve him.
Yeah.
That's why we're in captivity now. For all the Jew that wants to talk about the white man, we are in slavery and in captivity and in weakened conditions because we didn't want to be subject to serving the Most High on a daily basis. So the Most High said, if you don't want to serve me on a daily basis, you're going to serve a corrupt society.
Yep.
Where your food is damaged, your food is defiled. Why do you think the Most High was trying to have Ezekiel eat shit cakes and lay on his back?
To show you something.
It was to show you something. It was to show that we were going to eat defiled food in a foreign land.
Which we do.
Which we do now.
Listen, brother, the customer gave us some Dr. Peppers, Dr. Pepper Zero.
Before you go on Dr. Pepper, they said Dr. Pepper, which is one of my favorite sodas back in the day. Well, my two favorite sodas on the earth are the two worst sodas you could have.
What is it?
Dr. Pepper and Mountain Dew.
Oh, man.
Those are the two worst sodas in the world, bro. Because I was watching on TikTok and they said the worst cereal is Fruit Loops.
I used to love that.
Fruit Loops,
Not the Snoop Loops.
Fruity Pebbles.
Zero.
Fruit Loops and Pebbles is the same. All those colors.
It's all red dyes, yellow dyes, blue dyes.
I'm serious.
Okay, Fruit Loops, Fruity Pebbles. Then they said the worst
They're like glycerin.
the worst
glycerin.
like frozen foods like Hot Pockets. They're like the worst food.
I used to love those stuff.
I know
The Hot Pockets are the worst because the bread has a conditioner in it
No way.
that is used to make yoga mats. The same.
And the Subway, it was a Subway bread.
The Subway bread
Hot
also.
Pockets.
The same bread or same ingredient used to make spongy yoga mats and make them spongy
Yeah.
was used as a conditioner for the bread.
Huh?
Yeah, so that's why. It's
And
bad.
then they said Skittles was the worst candy. I wasn't really a Skittles guy, but and they said Hershey's chocolate is the worst chocolate.
Oh, no way.
Yes.
Come on.
So what am I trying to say? The food is defiled too in a foreign land. That was a curse because of Israel's rebellion. And Israel's lack of a desire to submit to the Heavenly Father.
So we're not getting freedom. We're not fighting for freedom
God.
just to be free.
We're fighting for freedom from our enemies so that we can be a servant to the Lord and be a servant to righteousness.
To be
And
a
that's the issue.
without Esau's or other worldly influences.
We're supposed to be a servant to righteousness,
Yep.
not a servant to our captors. But we hated being a servant to righteousness. We hated that. So I was like, if you hate being a servant to righteousness, then you're going to be a servant to Esau. And live in a corrupt land with corrupt morals and corrupt food.
And that's the Most High giving us what we want and us hating it.
Yes.
Give it to your own ruin.
God. And the thing is this, we still, listen, not the problem that we haven't realized as a nation is we aren't happy at all. We weren't happy serving the Most High. We're not happy serving Esau. We didn't happy in anything.
It's a bad servant.
We didn't like living with our brothers and being in our nation. We didn't like that either. Nothing makes us happy. That's the real problem. Listen, when you sit back here and see people in the world, they hate the world. They come to class, and they hate the changes they got to have in the truth. They hate the changes in the truth. They like, listen, you know what it is? Israel wants to do? They want to like certain portions of things and hate other portions of things.
Yeah.
In the world, I love my freedom, but I hate when my freedom turns back on me. I talked to a brother, he wants to always hang out with people in the world or have friends in the world. But when these friends in the world take advantage of him, he's crying about why is life so messed up.
Why people do these things?
But then you love the brotherhood because you can trust the brotherhood and not get taken advantage by the brotherhood. But you hate the fact that the brotherhood is always busy and working and you don't have fun.
You don't have no fun.
You can't have it both ways. Israel wants their cake and eat it too. They want to have freedom in the world, but have spiritual security in the truth.
I want to have both. I want to have friends in the world and friends in the truth.
They want their cake and eat it too. I want to have freedom in the world, but then I want the protection and blessings that come from serving the Most High. You got guys that come to class because they're afraid of the bad guys out in the street. But I keep doing bad guy things in the street.
The zombies.
For me to sit back here and be afraid of the bad guys to come back in the truth. This is people. This is the insanity that Israel rolls with. I want to live my life, do my dirt, come here and get a shield. And get protected. So when I go back out there, I'll be protected. Our thinking is so crazy. The Most High is like, if you haven't learned enough about the Most High, if you're going to be in the world, be all about it. Take the good and the bad. If you're going to serve the Most High, be about the Most High and take the good and the bad. Play in the middle and wanting a little bit of the good and a little bit of the bad, that's how you disconnect yourself from the Heavenly Father.
Oh.
That is what we don't get. If you want to be a Greek, then be about the Greeks.
Go all the way.
Don't be crying out, the temple is lost, the temple is lost. I don't want to go to Bacchus parties. I just want to sit back here and make money. No. Be about the Bacchus craziness. Be left. Or, if you're going to be on the right-hand side, be on the right-hand side and love the confinements and the discipline and the sacrifice it takes to sustain pleasing the Most High. Pick your poison. And this is what the Most High is trying to force us with the extremes that he's pushing through with Antiochus Epiphanes and these 50,000 soldiers and all these extreme scenarios. Like, if you want me, fight for it. Fight against these crazy odds in my name, and I'll give it back to you. And hopefully, because you fought for it, you'll appreciate it.
Yeah.
And the problem was, this generation did. But like always, 3 or 4 generations down the line, you don't care no more about it.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Can you keep every generation to value serving the Most High? More times than not, you can't. Because you ain't suffered enough to appreciate it. Let's continue.
Because that's because in a time of prosperity, there's a forgetfulness of affliction. So that when those previous generation men that put their life on the line to build up the nation, now that the nation's at peace, now that the nation's at ease and there's no enemies, now that next generation gets relaxed.
Yep.
And then they forget what it takes to sustain a generation. No different than a house. Mm-hmm. Grandma and grandpa worked their life to the bone to get a house. The next generation don't see it as being as valuable. Destroy it. They lose it within 2 or 3 generations.
Yep. You don't pay the taxes on it.
They
can't even get like $3,000 on taxes.
Yeah. I got a lot of family that we lost a lot of houses and land because nobody kept up the taxes, man.
Bro, they don't
even want to. The pride be so strong, they don't even want to tell you that they've been behind for 3 years. The pride so strong. They don't want to be ridiculed. They don't want to look negligent. They don't want to be shamed. So they don't even say nothing. They just let the lawyer take it. Anyway,
that's Israel, bro.
The lawyer's like, we're gonna win.
There's
no way. We just sit and wait.
Listen, Bob, just save your $10K. You got it, bud. These guys are.
You get a deal. I got a deal last week, John. You get a deal.
Yeah.
Just keep going on the east side. There's scores of them. We can make a killing, Jim.
Yeah.
Anyway, from there, did you finish that paragraph? No. Let's continue in Josephus, book 12, chapter 7, paragraph 3.
So it proves, or do you want to continue where I left off?
Let's do, oh, my fellow soldiers.
O my fellow soldiers, no other time remains more opportune than the present for courage and contempt of dangers. For if you now fight manfully, you may recover your liberty, which, as it is a thing of itself agreeable to all men, so it proves to be to us much more desirable, by its affording us the liberty of worshiping the Most High. Since therefore you are in such circumstances at present, you must either recover that liberty and so regain a happy and blessed way of living, which is that according to our laws and the customs of our country, or to submit to the most opprobrious sufferings. Nor will any seed of your nation remain if you be beat in this battle.
If you lose, nobody of Israel is going to remain in Judea. Everybody's getting shipped out. This is it. That's why I said this is a major scenario we're facing. If we lose, we take a complete L as a nation.
I did have a question.
What's that?
This is obviously not our first rodeo, I believe.
Well, this is the first major battle. All the other skirmishes were more attainable. The odds weren't as extreme.
No, I mean as far as the dynamic of, you hear about the Samaritan, whatever, and the Samaritans were living in Israel and living in the
Northern Kingdom.
Northern Kingdom. Didn't that dynamic happen in the Northern Kingdom?
Yeah.
And you said that dynamic was going to come down to Judea.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
But it was the same dynamic. We already seen this history already.
Yes.
We've seen what happens when you lose your land, another nation is putting your land.
I must preface this. People who read, remember stories? Or was everybody tightened up to their history?
No.
Do Israelites sit back here and study history? Remember, there was a stone that was found in Michigan that had all the 10 Commandments on it, and the native people said, "I don't know this language." It was just like an older version of their own language. We don't know what these words mean. White men, take these stones and tell us what this means.
The secret.
So the white man took the paperwork or the stones, took it to D.C. and said, "These are the 10 Commandments."
We didn't know.
We did not know. These language is foreign to us. What does it let us know? A couple generations, you forget history and language.
Even if it's your own.
That's the point.
The corn is growing.
All you care about is corn.
That's it.
Maize. Yeah. All you care about is maize and wheat. Nothing else matters.
The crops will grow next week.
And buffalo. Hunting buffalo and fishing.
But our real necessities aren't important.
Our history isn't important.
Yeah.
That's why I said your answer is right. The people who studied the Bible understood history, but how many of our people were locked into history?
Okay.
It's letting you know that if it wasn't for the priests, don't forget in Nehemiah chapter, I think it was 9, or it was 9 and 10, and the people in Nehemiah, for the first time ever, they hadn't celebrated the Feast of Tabernacles since the time of David. Like, what the hell is going on? They didn't follow Tabernacles since, no, it was not David. It was Joseph.
Joseph?
Yeah? No.
No.
Joshua.
Okay.
It was Joshua. It was Joshua when they celebrated the Feast of Tabernacles. And then the priest had to sit back and teach them what it looked like. What the hell does that mean?
That means it had already been phased out.
That's what it been phased. It's been forgotten about. We forgot so many things. Then they said that the priest opened the book of the law and taught them the book of the law. What does that mean, huh? We don't read books.
Yep.
Tell us what those words mean that God says. Tell us those words. I don't know what God's words are. Tell us those words. Priest man, this is how we think, huh? And it sounds laughable because I'm using a Gadite, choppy English voice. But that's what Israel does now. Teach us Bible. SOT man. Teacher that teaches on Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday. Teach us Bible. Why do we do that now? Because we don't study now. We don't read now.
We don't sustain the information.
That's my point. It's the same spirit. There's just a greater level of education at this level at this point now, but it's the same thinking. Somebody has to dictate and remind me to fight my battle. Remind me to be strong. Remind me to fight what's inside of me. Because if somebody isn't reminding me, I'm disconnected again.
Yep.
So to answer your question, historically, the ones in the know who read the Bible consistently knew this same scenario that happened to the northern kingdom with the Assyrian Empire could be the same scenario with the Greeks.
And that's why there's a sense of urgency with those that are
With Judas
with
and the priest.
yes. But that sense of urgency was not there for those that did give their mind to those kind of affairs.
That urgency wasn't there when Onias III was trying to keep everybody to get locked in.
Yep.
And when Jason was going against him and Menelaus was going against him, nobody cared then. Everybody cared about tax farming and getting bread and kissing up to the Greeks to get advantages. Let me build a gym in here. Let me bring society. Let me just get my money. You think Onias? You think Jason was studying?
No.
And reading history? You think Menelaus gave a damn about the law and the history of our people?
He was studying how to get the gymnasiums put in Jerusalem.
God. And how to work your bicep muscle and your tricep muscle.
What oil to use on the bodies.
Yeah.
Con. To where they're scraping oil off by the lumps and loads. That's gross, Doc. Anyway, so that's what we were about. Read on.
Fight therefore manfully, and suppose that you must die, though you do not fight.
He says you got to expect that you're going to die when you fight this battle. Don't walk into this battle thinking it's going to be okay.
It's not a slam dunk.
It ain't a slam dunk, so that means you got to fight. And if you die, you die. It's better to die here than to die as a slave in another country.
And according to history, you were used for pleasure as a pleasure servant first.
Yes.
That was your first use, especially in Greek culture.
Especially for young children.
For young, you were used as a pleasure body first, and then afterwards, over time, then you would put the work in the field or put the work somewhere
That
else.
happens now. All the 9.5 tribes as used as these sex slaves. Listen, not all of them are adrenochrome. That ain't true. Some of them are just used up until they age
They
out.
can't account for them.
Once they age out, then they're slaves in the field. They were workers in the field. People don't understand that. That happens now. Once they're used as a child through the prime of their life from these negative people, they use them up, and then send them out there to work the fields for the rest of their life.
Or if they're really good at it, they'll use them to manipulate and pull in new recruits.
Yeah.
Once they're broken.
Ones that are bought in. But once again, this is their life. Let's continue.
Fight therefore manfully, and suppose that you must die. Though you do not fight, but believe that.
And so, but once again, if you're going to fight like this, you can't give a shit about what you're going to lose. You have to be prepared to put it all on the line here and just trust and hope that the people that you leave behind understand why you're making this move. Because that's what it takes. You got to have some. You don't tell me that there wasn't any closure between these husbands and these wives and children. In conversation, saying, listen, I'm doing this for you and I'm doing this for the nation. So if I don't make it tomorrow, just know I'm doing it for you. And I love you. I love y'all. Pray for me because I'm going to go all out here. You don't think that's the thinking? You got to make your peace with the people you love because you chose the Most High above the ones you love. And then you get the backing. But you can't walk around here and expect you got the backing. You got to accept that you counted a loss. And then when you accept that you've made the loss, then you get the backing.
You become irrational. I mean, you know, when you I look at a lot of soldiers that go to basic training, that, you know, they've been in training for 3 months and they immediately come back home, get married.
Yeah.
They immediately come
They
back
don't go home. They get married right after they get to 2 weeks.
Yeah, and then they realize, like, I only did it because I was thirsty.
Yeah.
Like,
or I went through a traumatic experience.
Yeah, and then so, you know, I got married too soon. I wasn't thinking straight. It's like going to the grocery store hungry. You know,
Never do that.
Never do it.
Yeah, you're gonna buy all the wrong things. You're gonna blow all your money's gone out. You know, if you don't eat before you go to the grocery store, everything is snack material.
And I'm gonna say
not
this:
dinner material.
if you want to protect yourself when you're going to the grocery stores, only shop around the periphery of the store.
Leave the end caps alone.
If you start going to the inside, it's nothing but the devil in the middle. The devil's in the middle, like. You better sit back and stay on the outsides of the grocery store.
Eggs, milk, and butter.
Fruit and vegetables are all around the edge.
Yeah.
You got your meat. You got to get your meat. You got to get your yogurt. All that stuff is on the outside. The eggs. But everything in the middle is what? It's chippies. It's crackers.
Cookies.
Dyes.
Yes. Red 40.
Box,
a whole lot of Red 40 in the middle.
And infamous ramen noodles.
Yeah. Oh, yes. It's. Yeah. Come. Listen, because you start walking and you walking, you try to get some milk on the other side, but you're seeing all these colors out. You seeing Oreo packages out. You seeing Chips Ahoy. Remember Chips Ahoy? Yeah. They were delicious. They're no longer delicious, but they were delicious. Oh, you have to tell you something.
You got the soft batch.
I'm about the regular ones, the original, bro. You gotta get the original, G. And you gotta get the ones with the double cookies on there.
I love the commercial. Everybody was dancing in a circle out. They were celebrating Chips Ahoy. It's like the 1920s out, and they're dancing out. And they're jumping in the milk out. I'm like, I want some of that. Grandma. It's
the devil, like. It's all temptation, like. And listen, the only way you can fight back, you got to look at the package and see the ingredients, right? Then you got to look at calories, right?
Right, this ain't the commercial right here.
Then you sit back here and you see a bag of chips or you see a bag of some of cookies. You're like, okay. Then it says 150 calories. You're like, that's all per serving. Then you're like, the plot thickens.
Yeah.
How many servings are in this box of delicious chips? And you see 20. I'm like, what the hell is going on? What human being is going to eat 2 damn chips and go home and go to sleep?
That's a serving.
Or 2 crackers and shut it down. That's not real.
You're not going to save them for later.
You're going to get at least 6 in your hand if you're going to do it. And I tell myself, I'm not going to eat 2 cookies and be okay. I got to get 6. No. If I'm going to get 6 at least, Why am I doing this? Because I'm eating an entire breakfast by eating 6 damn cookies.
And 6 is in that little tray.
Yeah, it's a tray.
It's like a little tray.
You gotta get a tray out, or you wasting your time.
I got 3 more trays in this package.
That's the point. Listen, now if I had a tray, I can't do it. Then what am I doing then? Then you're wasting your time. Then you sit back here and say, okay, I'm not going to get that. I'm going to get some organic chocolate. I said, this is a good decision, right? And I'm going through the organic chocolate aisle, and you're seeing all these different little organic, fancy little packaging, and let me try this out. And it's the same thing. They say 1 package of chocolate, which is like this big, it's like 150 calories per serving, but it's 3 servings. I'm like, what the hell? This is not 3 servings. This is 1 serving.
I mean, he's supposed to break a little butter.
This is delicious chocolate. Let me put the rest up for tomorrow. That's ridiculous.
Right. Yeah, right.
That's the point. Because that's what they expect you to do.
It's gonna be gone in the car when you drive.
Yeah, but before you get
you roll like this.
Open the bag.
Yeah.
Open the bag.
That's my point. So you just smash 800 calories out.
Or don't let the line be too long. You start snacking before you get it.
Here's my bag.
Here's my bag. I opened it already.
Yes, but I consumed it. Here it is. Like, come on, man. This is ridiculous.
And what we're saying is, if you don't get it out of your system, it's gonna bother you later. And Judas knows this, that whatever little lust that you have that's unfulfilled, if you go to war, it's the same thing. You're not gonna go with a clear mind.
God.
You have to get this out of your system. So if you're a young man, you newlywed, if this idea of love and matrimony and infatuation for relationship, if this is not out of your system, it's going to bother you and be a hindrance in your battle.
But you know what the problem is? When you do that and you forfeit that, you still lose that experience that gets you closer to Him. You're still losing that opportunity to get closer to Him.
Yeah.
If you sit back and go home to handle that business, then you're really showing the Most High I got fear in my heart. Now, it's understandable.
Right.
But what are you trying to build? What are you trying to build in your life? That's the real question. But what He's also showing you is this. Can we live with this reality? Can I accept the worst possible thing that can happen to me for Christ's sake and still move on and do my job for Him? Can I do my job for Him and accept the worst thing that might happen and still be happy with serving Him? So what does He say? So He's saying, listen, prepare to die. Don't lose your mind, because you might have to die. So if He's saying that, can you accept the worst and push forward and do my job? A lot of us can't do that. A lot of us can't accept the worst and serve the Lord.
Yeah.
Because if you accept that you might lose this, you might not gain this might not work in your favor, and if you can accept that, but then do your job, then everything the Most High gives you is cake on top of that.
Yep.
But how many of us can live like that? Let's keep going. Matter of fact, hold this, and let's go to 1 John chapter 2 and 15. Now, this still deals with that inordinate love of life. We're not going to go that much longer because it's already getting there, but we're going to get like maybe 4 or 5 verses left. So let's continue. No,
1 John chapter 2 and verse 15. Love not the world, neither the things that are in the world. If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him.
He says, if you love the world, the love of the Father isn't in you. What is he saying? If you love any of these things in the world more than what? More than the Most High. It's still talking about priorities. Nothing that's in this life and in this world should be more important or of a greater priority than the pursuit of serving the Most High. And if we can understand that and maintain that as what anchors us, we can stay in the game to please Him. Okay. I don't want to go into the other verse. We can, like verse 16. Read verse 16.
Verse 16. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, and the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life is not of the Father, but is of the world.
So it's this verse is saying is all the things that you're into has nothing to do with Christ. And can we learn that our pursuit of the Heavenly Father is the only thing that matters, and whatever else the Most High presents in front of us, we have to be prepared to lose it if the Most High wants us to lose it. Does it mean you have to hate everything about life? No. It's not about hating life in general. But this is about having a conscious mindset that, you know what? Whatever is presented in front of me in my life can't be an obstacle that gets in the way of my pursuit towards Him. This is why it says the pride of life. There might be passions and desires that you think are important, but these passions and desires cannot compete with your pursuit of the Heavenly Father. The love that you have for your wife and children can't compete with your passion that you have in pursuing the Most High. But can you understand that and simultaneously still love the blessings the Most High gives you? Can you love the blessing the Most High gives you while simultaneously not letting that love compete for your heart and your purpose and your passion for Him?
Which is the opposite of idolatry.
Come.
Because the spirit of idolatrous heart turns everything that's not the Most High into a God.
Come. And it's the most priority, because all idolatry is something in my life I put above everything else in my life. That's idolatry. And that thing I put above everything else is what motivates me, is what pushes me, is what my inspiration is, why I get up in the morning,
Right.
why I fight, why I change, why I make these sacrifices. That can't be anything but the Heavenly Father. And are you making more adjustments in your life for your woman or the Most High? How about that? Are you making more compromises and adjustments to make her happy? Or you make the adjustments you're making to keep the Most High as the apple or the center of your eye? That's how you know if you're in the Spirit or not. Mm-hmm. So he's just saying the pride of life, the lust of the flesh, the desire of the world can't swallow up. Like that's what Sean said in Matthew 13. Your pursuit of Christ. All those things that you find in the world, your pursuits, have to be on the bottom tier of the list. And there can't be a close second. It really can't.
And a lot of times the Most High, through the midst of the battle, is testing to see where you stand anyway.
Huh?
A lot of times the Most High is judging your disposition and your affection towards Him in how you go about fighting your daily battles.
Huh?
He's able to determine where He stands as far as how important He is in your heart.
Huh?
And the Most High wants to know. He wants to know, do you love Him or not?
Yeah.
You know, He said that in Deuteronomy chapter 8 or 3 verse 8 when He says that was the whole purpose of us walking in the wilderness.
Yeah.
To find out if we really love Him or not.
God.
Yeah.
So the Most High will put us through certain situations to determine, do you love what you possess or do you love me more? Do you love what you have at home or do you love me more?
God.
And the Most High wants to see everybody's breaking point, or if there is a breaking point.
Yep.
Does one exist?
God. Let's go to James chapter 4 and 5.
James chapter 4 and verse 5. Do you think that the scripture saith in vain, the spirit that dwelleth in us lusteth to envy?
He says the Most High knows what's inside of us. And the Most High knows that there's always that strong part of us that wants something else. There's always that strong part of us that wants to fantasize and give ourselves to something other than him. Envy, to feel uneasiness, mortification, or discontent at the sight of superior excellence, reputation, or happiness enjoyed by others.
And that object alone, the object of envy, that is a extreme, that is like a core motivating factor for carnal people.
Got it.
The core motivations of a lot of carnal men and women is just the idea of envy. And people just fit different slots of who to envy, or different scenarios of people. Well, this guy has he can live his life with no type of responsibility. I would love to have his time. This guy right here, he never gets in trouble. He's always living his life, never getting in trouble, never gets in. I'm always in trouble. He's not. That guy, I was getting dated. These kings, they live their life. They're not in trouble as other men.
They're above the law.
They're above the law, and I'm under restraints, non-stop restrictions.
And the Fed's taking pictures of me.
I can't make one mistake, but they've made 100 mistakes, and their kingdom is still prosperous. We start getting upset at the restraints that we're under, and that inflames the spirit of envy.
And then what it does is then you make it less about serving the Most High, and make it more about you getting what you want.
Yes.
If I don't have these things, I'm upset about what a person has, and let me go pursue getting that versus staying locked in and pursuing him.
Or unless you give me what you gave them, I'm gonna be a pouty face, and I'm just gonna give you mediocre sacrifices.
Yes.
And I'm gonna just go into just coast mode. I'm just gonna go into coasting. I'm just gonna coast in my experience with the Lord, because I have no real reason to be excited and happy. So I'm just gonna coast, and I'm gonna put myself on autopilot with the Lord, because you're not really giving me what I'm asking for. So I'm gonna just give you mediocre sacrifices. I'm there, but I'm really not there. I'm not going all the way in.
And then we've been driving this inordinate love of life, because when we can't learn how to separate all the distractions and make him the priority, that's how you lose. That's how you lose spiritually. You can't operate serving the Most High and measuring up who's coming up more than you, who's gaining more than you, who has got a greater advantage than you, why my life isn't like this person's life, how come my life isn't as happy as it might appear to be for them to be happy.
My peers are winning.
My peers are growing past me. All you can focus on is your job every day for the Heavenly Father. I bring back that gym analysis. I can sit back here and look at these dudes throwing up 2 wheels right now. They're yoking it up and they're going crazy, doing all kind of crazy workouts. I want to get competitive and chase them. Or I can focus and go to the gym and do my job and get better every day and just get a little stronger every day so I can live a healthier life. Can I sit back here and operate with blinders on and do my job? Or am I going to sit back here and look at what everybody else may have more than me? Whether it's a gym, whether it's a life, whether it's the life you think you deserve and somebody else you think has it better than you, you can't live in those places. Because that takes you away from your priority, which is to say connects to the Heavenly Father and pleasing him. Does that make sense? Let that verse go and go to St. John chapter 12. That's the one that you want to pull earlier, Assumption 1. St. John chapter 12, verse 23 to 26.
St. John chapter 12 and verse 23. And Yahushua answered them, saying, the hour is come that the Son of Man should be glorified.
So listen, he says, the hour is come. First of all, even how it's written is phenomenal. Christ is like, the time has come that I should be glorified. The question is this, was Christ was glorified, he was also what? Tortured. But how do you look at it? How do you look at your affliction? How he worded this explains how he looked at life. The glory came from the loss. The glory comes from the suffering. The glory comes from the pain. So a regular person would like, man, today I'm going to die. Today it's over. Today I'm about to die and get punished on a damn crucifix, on some wood. I'm going to go through excruciating pain while I'm going through it. Christ said today is going to be the day I'm glorified. Glorified in whose eyes? The Most High's eyes. So we understand what's happening, but it's the perspective that Christ had. How he looked at it is how we have to look at the lens of our life. Are we suffering, or everything we're going through is adding to the glory we have for Christ? When you're enduring loss, when you're enduring suffering, am I suffering, or is the Most High developing me? And everything I'm giving up, everything I'm willingly giving up, is to the glory of the Heavenly Father, which the Most High is acknowledging and watching. That's how you have to program yourself in this life. It's when you hear great men and these great leaders talking, it's how they thought. It's the train of thinking. They didn't look at their scenario like it's affliction and it's the worst thing ever. It was their glory. Why do you think Paul started talking like this? All through Paul's writings, he was talking about the glory that comes from suffering, the glory that comes from affliction. He's pulling it from Christ's message. I'm about to be glorified tonight. I'm about to die tonight. I'm about to get thrown in jail. I'm about to get beat up and whipped. Almost paralyzingly whipped. Carrying a damn crucifix long distances. And I'm about to get put on the damn cross and die of asphyxiation in time. But this is glory. This is how you have to look at affliction. Is one step closer to prove how sincere and dedicated you are to pleasing Him. That's how you must look at it, affliction. If you look at it any other way, you're going to start backsliding and weakening. Read on.
Verse 24. Verily, verily, I say unto you, except a corn of wheat fall into the ground and die, it abideth alone.
That corn of wheat falls in the ground and dies alone. But what?
But if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit.
So what is he saying? His sacrifice, he's going to die in glory, but his death benefits the nation. And this is what this is how he can rationalize and accept what he's about to go through. What I have to go through is going to save and benefit the body of the nation. It's going to give Israel a second chance. So I'm going to accept my loss and accept the pain I have to endure because it's going to benefit the rest of the nation by me sacrificing these things. What do you think? Listen, didn't Christ say we're supposed to be no, not Christ, but Paul. Didn't Paul say we're supposed to be a what? A living sacrifice. Romans 12:1. We're supposed to be a living sacrifice for the same reason. So that our living sacrifice can bring much more fruit to who? To the nation. And that is glory. He's showing us a pattern of lifestyle. Aren't we supposed to follow Christ's example? We're supposed to follow Christ's example. And he's saying, listen, man, my death gives everybody else a chance to grow. And Paul was saying, listen, our living sacrifice gives everybody else a chance to what? To grow. You have to live and operate past what makes you happy. And understand that the glory is in committing your life so that others have a chance to choose life or death. Because that's really what we provide. Teachers and leaders, our job is to dedicate and sacrifice our lives to give other people a choice if they want to choose life or death. Because isn't that what Christ did? Did Christ's death save everybody? No, it didn't. Christ's death gave everybody a choice to choose righteousness or death with as much clarity and understanding as possible. Just like what our job is to do. Be a living example, a living sacrifice. Make sure our needs is not about our needs. It's about the body's needs in hopes that our life and our example gives everybody watching a choice to choose strength in Christ or death in their own way. That's all we're doing. We can't make anybody change any more than that. We just want to give everybody as much clarity as they can get before they make their decision, before they choose selfishness or choose Christ. This is what Christ is explaining in verse 24. Read it again.
St. John chapter 12 and verse 24. Verily, verily, I say unto you, except a corn of wheat fall into the ground and die, it abideth alone. But if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit.
Read on.
He that loveth his life shall lose it.
But he's explaining, but if we're operating in the spirit of keeping our life, salvaging our life, and not giving a shit about the flock, not caring about pleasing the Most High and gaining glory, you're going to lose it. He's like, you got to lose it so that others can have. He's like, this is the spirit that Pharisees and Sadducees and leadership never understood. That at the very top, you got to the top so you can lose your life. And that is psychologically can mess with your head. You bust your ass to get to the top so that you can be a servant at the bottom. That's the spirit of Christ. And a lot of men can't accept that. A lot of women can't. A lot of people can't accept that. That you fight and you dedicate and you sacrifice so you can die for everybody else.
Be last.
And that's what death is. If you're going to get in the carnal, death is being last. Then he said, he that loveth life, meaning the person that doesn't want to accept that they have to be last. And they keep fighting and pursuing to be first. Read it again from the top, verse 25.
Verse 25. He that loveth his life shall lose it.
The one who sits back here and loves his life enough to keep pushing himself first and not being a living sacrifice and putting himself last for the body, they're going to lose their life. They're going to lose the things that they value. Because you were supposed to get to the top and give it up and be a sacrifice. Not get to the top and push and then live and operate for everything to revolve around you. Read on.
And he that hateth his life in this world.
Meaning a person that hates his life does what Christ did. A person that hates their life rises so that he can forfeit his life so everybody can succeed. That's hating your life. Read that part again.
And he that hateth his life in this world shall keep it unto life eternal.
Because when you're hating your life in this world, that means you're losing your life so everyone else can flourish. Because that's what Romans 12 and 1 says. Who's going to be that living sacrifice so that others can pull and take from you? Because what was Christ's life all about? People pulling and taking from him, pulling on his shirt, taking his virtue, asking questions, taking. His whole life was taken from him. And then in his death, people took from him. Am I right or wrong? In his life, people took from him. And in his death, people took from him. And he says, if you sit back here and hate your life, that means you're willing to live a life where people take from you based off their wants and needs. And if you live a life that's based upon you hating your life, meaning prioritizing the needs of the Most High in Christ and others over yourself, then what? Then you'll receive and keep life eternal. But for those of us who love our life and value making ourselves a priority, you're going to lose your spiritual life. This is the understanding of this entire process. You have to lose so that others can gain. You can't lose, and you can't gain with no loss. That type of thinking is distorted. You lose so that the body can gain. You gain, the body loses. If you understand that mathematics, it's easier to deal through life.
And you understand what it's doing and who you're doing it for, then it makes more sense. Because
the acceptance gets better.
You can accept it better. Because you know why you're doing it. 2 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 17 and 18. Because what we're saying really don't make no sense to live a short life that we're not even guaranteed 100 years.
Hell no. You're lucky to get to 70 something.
Lucky to get 70, 80. You know,
that's what the Bible says.
But we're we got this short time on earth, and then we're telling people.
You better give 50 of it all.
And
You better give 50 of it to the people.
And we're telling people to.
You better give 50 to God.
Go ahead and forfeit the little short life you got.
And party for 2 years once you get an idea. You get 2 years of partying now. You better serve God after that. And if you was born in it, you better give him 15 years.
Yeah. Just go ahead. Whatever you thought you was going to do, just put it in the back pocket.
What verse is this at? 2
Corinthians chapter 10, verse 17, 18. Read that.
2 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 17.
It's funny.
But he that glorieth, let him glory in the Lord.
It said, he that glorieth, let him glory in the Lord.
Well, hold on. What did the Lord say he gloried in?
He gloried in sacrifice.
In his death.
Right.
And putting himself last for the people.
Yeah. And
the people don't understand what that glorying means. Huh?
That's what I'm saying.
That.
That's what I'm saying. It's important to know what it means and why you're doing what you're doing. Why am I choosing to put myself on the back burner? Why am I choosing to not make myself priority? Why am I choosing to put myself last? What am I doing this for? That doesn't really make logical, worldly sense for a life that only lasts a couple of years.
Huh?
Life is short. So it doesn't really make much sense for me to just put me last, knowing that I don't really have a lot to offer, a lot to use in this life. Read.
For not he that commendeth himself.
It says, read it one more time. Verse 17.
Verse 17. But he that glorifieth, let him glory in the
No,
Lord.
it says, but he that glorieth.
Oh, sorry. But he that glorieth, let him glory in the Lord.
So if I'm doing anything, I'm doing it for who? For the Lord. Read on.
For not he that commendeth himself.
It says, for the one that commendeth himself, for the one that makes everything about himself, read on,
is approved.
Is approved. You are not approved when you make your whole life about yourself. You're not approved by the Most High. When your whole life is wrapped around you and your preference. You are not approved in the Most High's eyes. So, and just to understand what he's saying is, for not he that commendeth himself, get that definition of commendeth.
Prioritize.
It is.
Listen, bro. People don't know what it means when they say they got to follow Christ's footsteps. They really don't see it.
They don't get the big picture.
They don't get the memo. They don't get what this really means.
And when Christ was saying, glorify me, when he was asking the Most High to glorify him, what he was saying is, I did what you told me to do. I put myself last.
Yep.
And I put your word and your people first.
Yep. And I became a living sacrifice.
Yep. You got it, Dalia?
You want number 2 about commit?
Mm-hmm.
All right, commit. To commit, to entrust or give in charge.
But before that, it said worthy of notice.
Okay, number 1. It's like to represent as worthy of notice.
So this is what gets the Most High's attention. A lot of people don't realize what it takes in life to get the Most High's attention. What it takes to get the Most High's attention is to do the same thing Christ did, was put himself last and put other people first. That gets the Most High's attention. That's why if you try to save your life, you shall lose it. But he that loseth this life, for his name's sake, get life eternal. Because that's what gets the Most High's attention, is when you decide to live a selfless life, where your life is on the back burner, and other people in the Most High's work takes more priority. Then the Most High takes notice of you. All Christ was asking for, when he said, glorify me, he was saying, take notice of me like you said you would if I did the job you gave me to do. Read that definition again.
Commit. To represent as worthy of notice.
Go ahead.
Regard.
To regard. Go ahead.
Or kindness.
So this is the Most High. So what Christ is saying is, I know how to get the Most High's attention. The way that you get the Most High's attention is you live a selfless life. And then the Most High will come in return, be kind to you. Then he gives you eternal life on the back end.
And the glory is at the end.
The glory is at the end, where now the Most High is approved. You are approved in the eyes of the Most High.
Because you've accumulated a life of selflessness.
Yes.
Your life is he's judging us on a cumulative process. And at the end, you get your glory because cumulatively you put the body first throughout your whole life in Christ.
Yes. And this is what's approved. Now read verse 18, Thou.
2 Maccabees chapter
No.
10. I'm
You're-
sorry. 2 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 18. For not he that commendeth himself is approved.
So the one that only makes his whole life about himself, he's not the one that's being approved. He's not approved by the Most High. Because your whole life has been about who?
You.
You. Read.
But whom the Lord commendeth.
It said, but the one that the Most High commends is the one that's been living the life of Christ, which is the life of sacrifice, selflessness, and putting other people first. That's who gets approved in the end. So this is why. So that Christ understands that, you know, the only way to get that glory that he's asking for is that to live that type of lifestyle where you weren't the priority, and that's how you get the glory.
Or
of
the
the
things that just mattered to you wasn't the glory.
Absolutely.
It wasn't just the periphery of the things you love,
right?
The things you care about. It's people outside of your periphery that get that attention and that focus. It's easy to say, I focus on my family. All I care about is my family. I just care about my family. That's not enough.
It's not enough.
You're supposed to love that. You got to love the body of Christ. They've got to be your priority, and that's where your glory comes from. Taking the world make their families priority.
Yep.
Right or wrong. Damn raccoons make their family priority. Animals do that. I'm just saying. I couldn't think of an animal. Like bears,
the Adams
lizards. I don't know.
The Adams family.
Listen, they make their family priority. The animal species do that.
Yep.
What about you got to do more than just your direct blood and dedicate that you got to dedicate to? If you want that glory, and if you can understand that, you can understand what not having an inordinate love for this life is about. Because the inordinate love for this life is about making the things you care about priority.
Yep.
Over what the nation needs and what the body needs and what the sick need.
Yep. And that's why it must be forfeited in order to gain the Most High's attention. And then Christ is saying, hey, man, I've done what you asked me to do. So now return that glory that you're approved of by my sacrifices. That's what in St. John chapter 12 is the same thing he was saying in St. John 17 when he said, hey, man, glorify me that like you had from the beginning. Mm-hmm. Put me back in that position that you had before the world ever was created, where me and you stood side by side. Well, what does that take to sit next to Christ and the Most High? It takes the same mentality. The same mentality is these other people come first. Yes. And if we can understand that it's easier to sacrifice this little 70, 80, 100 years that we get. Yep. We're willing to put that on the table and say, let me cash that in for something greater.
Yeah. And a lot of us can't do that.
Yeah.
And with that, we're going to close class out. Any other questions? Send our prayers up. That's a perfect way to finish out. Imagine. Make sure I don't. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please list to us right now.
Please list to us right now.
Send Micah Allah.
Send Micah Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yahshua.
The people of Yahshua.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
For indeed.
For indeed.
Is our hope.
Is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Lathananawa. Hatawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Lathananawa.
Award.
Lama'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us light to see.
Just marking this off. Can I see that pin? This one. That's all of these, I'm sorry. That was the second one we did, right?
Okay.
Okay, number 3. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Lathananawa. Ha'ayah. Kwara. Lakwara. Ha'ain.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathanawa. Zayaf. Ramashat. Yashua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Okay. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Has made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo. Thy enemies.
Thine enemies.
O Lord.
O Lord.
For lo. Thy enemies.
Thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the works of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On mine enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And mine ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm
He
tree.
shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama'ayawa.
Hama'ayawa.
Laduad.
Laduad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawab. Wama. Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat. Akim. Gam. Yachad. Kashaman. Hatawab. Ayel. Hara'ash. Yarad. Ayel. Hazakwan. Zakwan. Aharad. Shayarad. Ayel. Payah. Madawakiwa. Katal. Haramwan. Shayarad. Ayel. Awaria. Tazayawan. Kaya. Sham. Tazawa. Yahweh. Habaraka. Kayayam. Habalam. Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ba'Shem Yahushai. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
See, dude? Mm-hmm. And on the other page, it's a...
Yeah.
Yahweh. Ba'Shem. Yahushai. Wakanao. Washwali. Wabiat. Sapaya. Turn. Yahweh. Basham. Yahushua. Barakanaw. Bashralim. Wabiyath. Support. Yahweh. Basham. Yahushua. Barakanaw. Bashralim. Wabiyath. Support. Yahweh. Basham. Yahushua. Barakanaw. Bashralim. Wabiyath. Support. Barakatay Yahweh. Barakatay Yahushua. Barakatay Yahushua. All knowledge. All wisdom. All understanding. All mercy. All patience. All power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. Basham. Yahushua. The water. The Miyat. Aman.
Circle up.
You ready today? Okay.
Saluting out in the heavenly order, Yahweh, Wild Shark, Wokosh Allah, Wood Men of Israel, Umajan, Barak,
Yahweh Basham Yahushua Barakatah.
Kom Yashala,
Kom Yashala.
Kom Yashala,
Kom Yashala.
Kom Yashala,
Kom Yashala.
Madam Matal,
Yeah, Matal. Perfect. Take your time. Slow down.
Saluting out in the daughter of Zion, Men of Israel, Umajan, Barak,
Yahweh Shema Ladam Basham Yahushua. Yashmatah. Dismissed. Voila. Israel, to tuning in. See y'all on Monday, all right?
All right.
Shalom.